Okay, uh, it's 10:05 and 11 is my when the college starts. My college starts, and I'm coding. Don't know, and then I just really want to click this in my mind so that I understand this stuff. So I'm gonna make a validator step by step. First, I'm not gonna like change um like uh, in make validator as different in a different file, cause that will be confusing for a beginner like me. So I'm gonna be like path alpha utilities post control. I'm gonna make it in here. So okay. Um. Okay. Validator. What the fuck should I do there? This is what happened. This what happens. Okay. Const sign up schema equals to joy dot object. Okay. This is the rule. This is the rule. Sign up schema means sign up rule. Type of, and then object joy is calling the function from here. The object, it takes object, and bracket curly bracket, it is an object. If it was an array, it will take big bracket. And email has to be string, has to be email, and is required. Password string, minimum maximum length. This is should be string required. And const this rule or validate validate um, uh, validated the request. And this is about only false, means that originally the email, um, if the email was wrong and password are wrong, it only shows that email was wrong and didn't say password. So this if we make it false, then that will stop. Okay, that's and it gives out to value error. It gives out error, one error. And value means the inter value. Okay, so we can console the log, return invalid request. Okay, don't know. Okay. Fucking hell. Post control, like I need to make set of rules. So okay. mm, I think schema is supposed to be a set of rules or something. Structured rule. Okay. BORT import cons joy equal to require joy's rules schema equals to joy that accept an array. No, not an array. Object. Object is something that is like curly bracket inside the curly bracket. So we're gonna make that, and we're gonna take what the fuck we gonna take. uh, okay, cause the rule schema. Okay, add user equals to async. This take both it takes name and go. Name should be Joy dot string. Okay, it should be string and minimum of 3 and maximum of 15, no, 20 dot required. Okay, required, comma. Okay, goal, no, should be Joy dot, has to be string dot minimum 3, like goal can be anything, so not maximum, require bracket. Okay, rule schema. Okay, rules schema though, yeah, validate validate request, comma, request the body, request the body, and this should be like this. And what the fuck was that? Body, about 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 EARLY, false. So this gives out two values. This gives out two value. What was there? What was that, bro? Validate. Fuck, I'm so fucking non-English, bro. I want the accent too. Validate, bro. This gives out two value, error and value. If error, if error, return, so that in response dot JSON. Okay, error error dot what the fuck value. What was that? Error the value. What the fuck was that? Error the details. Okay, details, it has only one of value. Details. Okay, npm run Dave. So okay, where the fuck Thunder clients. So add user, then this is post. Yeah, we are in 5 and this should be like, what the fuck was that? Where is my root? Now where is my server slash data? Name Aaron, comma, Go. Okay. Goal. Okay. Okay, something like error object. What the fuck is an object? If error object. What the fuck does that mean, bro? So why does error as either the details where is an array of object, not a string. So you get covered with this and bro, what the fuck? It's an array, but this motherfucker. Error is not defined. The fuck? What the fuck? Oh, fucking hell. I'm so dumb. Okay, Valakite. Valakit, bro. What kind of? Get user. It's like params. Okay, sure. And then update. Update user. Not required, bro. Lean rules schema. If rule validate request the body, validate request the body fonts, error value. Okay. Error. Mm. Okay, base solution or base solution is or enjoy. I didn't learn that. Learn schema to do this. Lean console.log. This takes object name is not required. The or yes, we can remove that part then. Okay, or so moving uh, name comma go, so they must exist. Non-schema. Okay, return. Okay, put data slash one. McCain. So McCain. What the fuck is that? Log. One doesn't exist? What the fuck? 7. File updated. Okay, that's good. And then if nothing is given, here must contains go. Okay, good job, bro. LCC making and for joy is there thing that that makes joy better, or yeah, well, it works now. You asking how, bro? Such a bitch ass up, bro. You know this value can still use in updated user if name equals to value if enable strip unknown security guard right now can send extra junk. Okay, okay, is that true? Hold up, wait a minute. Hold up. Post like name, name, P, PNC, my college, and then go teacher and is ADMIN admin. True, is that true? 511. Okay, posting that, bro. But post is not allowed, bro. What you talking about, bro? Enable right now. User can set is dangerous. Validate. Okay, that's good. Message, custom error, minimum. Okay, that's cool. That's good. Always return for validation error on the. Okay, that's good. Reusable option. About early. You repeat. About early. Okay, that's good. Check if user exists. Undefined. If fix it. Last two. Bro, without strip unknown. Okay, I'm gonna do that then. Mm, okay, dot strip unknown true. Okay, whether get user, update user, validate, um, only false, comma, what the fuck, unknown, what the strip unknowns, true. File has been updated. Okay, nice. So only thing is left is to make a different file. Like, let me show you one. Like, this is not required because we are importing this validate sign up from validator from here, and this is it from a different file, so you can validate stuff like fucking hell. Greater than, okay, this, okay, validate. Joy, I think, is probably the most popular right now because like it has complex structure from what I heard, and joy, not joy, but zoi. So that is a rising popularity because of TypeScript, TypeScript. But I don't know what the fuck is a TypeScript, so I didn't learn that. So joy, so valid. Joy is also valid for me. So that's good. And then I think after that, what should I plan then? Okay, Grok, Grok Obama, bruh. He was the one who suggested me to Valley Cason. What the fuck? Where are my previous stats, bro? Okay, Junior Debla. Okay. Valley Cason. Vallicate. Okay, Vallicate. Empty honor, concurrent, medium data graph. Can because of so validate also do that, and then okay, then JWT and hashing. Okay. This is the tomorrow from when we talk. So I long Zoe and long Zoe, but it was TypeScript, but yeah, so no, how is this looking? Into those, I have a few more days. He's this quickly. What the fuck? Schema, hero handling looks like. True, that's solid. Correctness, well. Readability, mostly keen, but response. Yeah, I'm gonna do the good stuff, but missing middleware patterns, validation, repeated in each handler, improve some implement overall for 2 weeks. Okay, good. That look good. Rule schema from post positive for patch smart discretion. Yeah. So I'm gonna wear my outfit and head to college. So this is no vibe. He ain't coming to college, bro. It's how what is the time? It's 10:48 now. 11. 11 is the um when the college starts, and I'm deciding which class to go and which not to go. So I'm still deciding. So physics I have 100% attendance, math around 80%, and others probably not that many. Um, okay. What the fuck? So the I don't have much attendance in digital logic, C, programming, IT. By the way, these courses are really outdated. But I'm just studying for the bachelor's degree of CS. So, what should I do? First period, fuck that. But yo, I came back from my college, and it's like 2:17, bro. I bunk all the classes, bro. I ain't gonna lie. So fucking hell, today I didn't go to classes. I went for a cup of tea for 3 or 2 hours, and fucking hell, and I'm back. And so what was I doing? Joy. Okay, I integrated Joy, so let me make this in another folder. mm, so authentic, which folder can um bro, which folder should I keep my joy in an as an auth? Engineering validation, validators, valid schema list clear. Why not auth? For login, yes. Validators. So input validators. VALIDICADOR valid LIDICA dot JS. So learning so validator.js. Validator. Okay, what should I do from post? So like I need, like, where the fuck did I use this? No, unless schema. Okay, console.log error comma value validator requires request a body. Okay, so function, so split this. I want to play the music, but the music ain't for learning. I understood that. So function, okay, const. I saw that joy like import is not really necessary, because after you write something, so const rules, the rules schema CSE equals to, okay, I need some space to import joy, bro. Joy, okay, that's good. So fucking Let's like do it without fucking, what do you call it, without looking. So this take an object of rule, and object is this, and then rule or schema, and it takes name joy the string bracket. The require is also, this is also require. So the, and what should I write, minimum of 3 characters. I don't think there is anything less than 3 that's a name. So max should be like 20 characters. So okay, it takes another, it's goal, I think that's it. Name pnc. Okay, file has been updated. Where the fuck is the file? Goal. Okay, goal joy dot string. This is, I think, minimum of 3. A goal can be anything, so require. So const lean rule, SCHE schema equals joy dot obj object. So like it should take name, like either one, like it should have either name or go, no, not empty or stuff. Joy dot, okay, so copy this. Fucking hell, I forgot about this. This will fucking copy paste comma, that is not required, bro. Go joy the fucking hell, why am I writing this? We are not vibe coding, we are not vibe coding, bro. Okay, but remove the max, because goal can be like or takes either name comma goal. Okay, goal. So like, okay, that's good. And then I need to make a function for this function. So like we aren't like fucking doing anything. So authentication, okay, validation, okay, validation, validate, yeah, like what the fuck is the validate, okay, it takes okay, let me do this, and then like validate rule, rule, okay, they take rules, okay, it takes rules dot, so rules come here, and then validate, think this, I'm confused about this, rules validate and body, okay, what where the data is coming from. So the data should be target, let's do that, and then validate target, and then validate target, then rules dot, okay, target, okay, what the fuck, target, rule dot validate target that has a board early equals to false, and then extra, that's not a word, where the fuck is that validate there? No, post post arbitrarily strip unknown. Okay, strip history RIP known true. We want to strip unknown. Okay, validate fonts. So we need to take like higher order function, so we need to take target too. So target, it's like target function or like const. Okay, const equals to, okay, validate. Okay, good, validate. Okay, and module dot export equals to, we need to validate. That takes and target. I think this should be Gucci, and then import. Okay, import, not import. Validate. What the fuck? validate validate equals to require from the file. Think this should be validator slash, what the fuck is the validate? Okay, I'm not good at spelling, bro. So or so this works, and then okay, const error comma value equals to rules schema. Okay. I think we don't need this right now. Then this, I think we should do like error in here. So target only if error. We should save, because this returns two of the fucking one error and one value. That value, okay, value. Okay, if error, then console dot log console.log error dot details. Okay, return. Okay, this should be Gucci and stuff. So like not gonna directly delete this, because I will be confused about that. And then validate. Okay, takes first rule is rule schema, and then schema and target request body. I think I'm in the right path, because like I know stuff kind of. And then okay, delete this then. Crash, what the fuck, Crash? The fuck? Rules is not defined. So like 1927 validator, 19 valley rule. So this, okay, rule is not defined. Export, okay. What the fuck is wrong? Rule is not defined. What the fuck? Rule not defined, bro. Okay, let's remove this though. This. And this. The function itself. So your rule is not defined, target is not defined. This line runs immediately when the file is loaded. What you actually want, what you're trying to make valid indicator middleware factory. Meaning, give me joy schema. I return the validator function. You must export validate. Okay, correct version middleware. So what the fuck, middleware? Okay, return schema validate. What the fuck? Okay, the fuck, and then into schema. Okay, bracket rule return. Okay, this understand return request. Why was this wrong though? Right, not even the lines run immediately when files loaded. Give me, okay, let's see what he does. Rules return. Okay, then I have to return this tur and return true target. Okay, okay, return this. So that's it's supposed to work. Rules, okay, return rules. So this should work then. doesn't it? Okay. Explain. Hmm. Your first attempt, you wrote like something like validated rule, node loads the file, it's validated rule and executes immediately. The problem, rule and target doesn't exist yet. They are not passed from outside, is not defined. Key concept runs something right now during the file load. Okay, the module. Okay, what you did in file. Okay, validate exists in the scope of the at runtime. You call function when you want, so it works. Basically, here you call the function when you want it, so it works. Basically, const f equals validate, runs the function, calls it later. Important part: you call the function inside a context where both argument exists. Why work differently? You want your reusable middleware returns a function. You don't need it at export time. Call it export time. You call it later in your route. And load the factory. Think of it like if I exist now, you don't process. And thinking that worker is producing. When a request came, it is on work. Rule of thumb: never explode the all it later. Never call function at export time unless all argument adjust. Never call function at export time. Never call function at export time. So from what it said, and no, if you do modular exports, then the function is already ran when the file reload, and then when I call, then it reloads. It loads the value in it and value in it. So that part is working, but validator when the server reload when in validator file, the function already um, ran over, so it didn't find anything like a rule and target, so it became an error. Is that correct? Today, what happens step by step when loading file? Load immediately loading time row. Both post validate. Key concept: module are loaded once and code at top level executes immediately. Okay. Okay, then I should pass in the value here then. Allocate rule schema. No. Very good. Yeah, text equals to validate. It exports this, which has the value of validate the rule. Rule is supposed to be rule schema. Okay, rule schema, and then learning act now here should be like okay, const calls to validate as text request a body. It takes in this, so validated. Okay, text bro, it should take goals, bro. Required, bro, both are required, bro. What the fuck is this on about? So fucking look. details. Paron goals goal to okay, it works. And then validate lean rules schema, save post, and then what the fuck, update. Lean PLID. Okay, text from here to here, and then do put /2, okay, to paron. So goal is this file updated, and then if I do this, error. So this fucking works. Automatic error, so that's cool. So this works. So I don't need this anymore. Save. Okay, validate. So it works. So use value. Is this good? Copy, paste, copy, paste. Toilet break. Okay, where was I? So I was reviewing the code, if it is good or not. Good, what good alligator is more related. Control, okay, higher order function is correct. Works properly as a factory. Start a minor improvement. Okay, I know that. Okay, value. Constant value, okay, current. Okay, I can't change that, bro. So it's only good how minor issue for small project. Okay. So what is next? Authentication. Natural step. Right now anyone can post, add user or install. No login, no authentication, and authorization. not breakdown, who are you, authentication, who are you, or authorization. So typical plus Zoe, user sign in, okay, protected rule, protect routers, example, other improvement you should do first, middleware validation, browser control handle validation, create middleware for validation. So right now controllers handle validation, clean way create middleware. So routes taken error handling middleware instead of try catch everything. One global error handler catches everything, clearer code. So I'm series package is not big milestone for perfect foundation. So what the fuck? Oh no. So about other improvement. So I should make a middleware for validation. So like, uh, where do I put the schema though? Um, do you mean like moving the moving? I don't know what you mean about the middleware for validation. Can you give me an example? And error handling middleware, I'm gonna try that later after I do JWT and password hashing and stuff. And then I think I should do JWT first, like login and stuff. Yeah, JWT. I think JWT is no. Uh, I should do JWT, then after that I should do um in the later I will use MongoDB later. Okay. Is that good? And can you explain how to use middleware for validation? Cause I don't think I have an idea or any clue. Hello. Concept error. I know your controllers do error. Okay. If error returns books, but every controller will have this repetitive. Okay. Okay. Think of middleware as a function that runs before controller. Yeah. Yeah. A way to put schema in middleware or validate. Example validator. Okay. Okay. Middleware validate. Let me look at my fucking server file first. What's going on in here? Express. Where the fuck is the middleware? There's no middleware. Did I import any middleware? So fucking, I have no middleware. Fucking hell, I don't have a middleware. So this is gonna be my first middleware then. So const validate. Okay, next. Export validate. Okay. What does pass do though? So I understand what you're telling me, and I have few questions. So what does first and foremost, what is router the paths? What does that do? And then I want to like have two Zoe um, validate that like one for update and one. Oh fucking hell! I don't think I understand. Wait the fuck up. Router. Where the fuck is my router? Router. Okay, I get it. So what does pass do? That or the only question then. Okay. What is a router in Express? The root slash user mounted slash id. Okay, dynamic. Okay, login slash login endpoint. How to connect. Okay, he thought I was talking about path, not patch. So patch. Okay, put patch update of partial object. Put partial keyword put. Replace the entire user object. Patch go. Okay, patch pad patch. Okay, let me see. Mm. Mm. So patch doesn't only update the thingy and then that put replace everything. Update. Okay, update. Everything is good. Um, So another query, like the program I saw of middleware, you use request, but no, that isn't an like that didn't take request and response in there. I think so. How can you use request in there and that and without taking request and response? Yeah, argument. Always. Oh, I forgot about that, bro. Okay, validate whom. So taking this to other middleware. So middleware. VS Code is smart. So export equals to rule schema comma rule. Okay. Okay, this will work then. Okay. How should I do this? How should I start, bro? Validate return. What the fuck should I return? So return request response comma next. So then middleware, what the fuck? What the fuck? So this I understand, and this too I understand, but what the fuck is going up here? So schema, it takes schema and then bracket. uh, console log only. Okay. Okay. The error. Okay. And then okay. Const error comma let's cut this so it won't be like as confusing as it is right now. So we don't need to do return nothing here. So strip unknown all C. Status. JSON message so that's good. Then this good. This is good. Target Rule. We don't need rule. Cause like rule, we need rule though. Okay, I can do this. Middleware. What the fuck is middleware? So target is not possible. Target response dot body request dot body. I think this is Gucci, and I need to remove Joy 2, then oh, I get it, I get it, I get it. Means rule is undefined. Okay, Dev. Damn, what the fuck should I do next? Strip owner value true, and then request dot body equals to value. Good. You're doing real modular. The growth is steady, bro. I think that's cause like YouTube's. Let's look at this, bro. YouTube Studio. Okay, content. Okay, it's like 6 hours, 6 hour, 1 hour, 5, 6, 6, 4, 3, 1, 1, 1, 8. Okay, it's been like 12 days. I'm doing day 12. So a validator or strip unknown optional middleware debugging skill real stack trace. It didn't. Anyway, what required does. Okay. Bro is glazing. Bro, again toilet break, bro. What the fuck? I drank. I think later. Clear architecture on it. Okay, in 6 months. Okay, that's kind of cool. I'll be in my ending of, in the middle of or ending of my second semester, so that's good. Pause, toilet break. Yo, boys, we are doing JWT. What the authentication? So let's go. I learn authentication, but I'm not really good at it, and I think I forgot most of it.
Hey gang, and welcome to your very
we are
first
starting
Know
with this
and Express
playlist from NinjaNet. I don't know. I think I'm subscribed already. Like, I think I've watched some of his video back then. I think. I think I launched CSS from him. I think, or I think. Dang, the list. Bro, he has done bits. Okay.
authentication tutorial with JSON Web Tokens. Okay then, so in this tutorial I'm going to be showing you how to set up a simple authentication system using Node, Express, MongoDB, and JSON Web Tokens, where users can sign up, they can log in, log out again, and we'll also see how to protect certain routes or pages from unauthenticated users. Now, in the end, we're going to end up with a very simple application like this. It's not going to win any design awards, but it does the job. So we have a login form and also a sign-up form. We also have...
Bro, what I want isn't the signing and fucking out. This type of form, bro. I think that's who was Dave again, or 15. 15, 7, 20, 22, 33, 33, 33, 45, 45, then 63, I think about an hour. Mongoose. Okay, I'm gonna learn mongoose from this too, so I think this should be valid.
Smoothies or recipes page, but that is protected from unauthenticated users. So unless you have an account and are logged in, you won't be able to see that page, and it will just redirect you to the login screen. So let me create an account. So I'm going to say Luigi at, and we'll say google.com, test12, and sign up. And once we do that, we should be able to see the recipes screen right here. Okay, and we also see welcome Luigi at google.com. Now, if we log out, then we're not going to be able to see that screen over here again. We have to log in. So let me say Luigi at google.com and test12, log in, and we should be able to see this screen again. So this is the website, and this is the authentication system we're going to put into place on it in this series.
Introducing Grammarly, like you've never seen before. Your all-in-one writing essential.
Fuck Grammarly, bro.
Now, before we start, I want to make it clear from the offset that this is not a beginner Node tutorial. Authentication can be a really complex subject, and I would expect you already to understand at least the very basics of Node, Express, and MongoDB using Mongoose. Now, you should know how to set up an Express app and hook it up with MongoDB. You should also understand the different types of requests we can handle using Express, things like post requests and get requests. And you should understand what middleware is and how to use it. So if you don't have a clue what I'm going on about, you can learn all about that from my Node crash course right here on this channel. Now, I'd also expect you to have a decent grasp of JavaScript and, in particular, asynchronous code, things like promises, callbacks, async and await, and JSON data. If you want to learn more about that, then definitely check out my modern JavaScript course on Udemy. So the links to both of these are going to be down below. So to manage this authentication system, we're going to be using JSON Web Tokens, or JWTs for short. And they are just one way in which we can implement authentication. It's a very popular way to implement auth into websites and REST APIs, and it's also extremely flexible too. Now, another way to add authentication to your website would be to use sessions, but that will have to wait for another tutorial on another day. So, we're going to learn much more about JSON Web Tokens and how they work later on, but first of all, I want to get up and running with a basic Express starter app.
Okay.
So then I have created a starter project for this series, which you're going to find on this repo right here, Node Express JWT auth. This link is going to be down below, and incidentally, this is also where each lesson's source code is as well. So if you want to see the code for a particular lesson, you can select that lesson from the branch drop-down, for example, lesson 6, and you'll see all of that code right here. What I'm going to do to get the starter project is go to lesson 1, and I'm going to click on this code button, and I'm going to download a zip folder for this project. So once that's downloaded, just open it up, unzip it, and
open it up. Lesson 1. Git package. What the fuck does he have in? Okay, Mongoose Express. What the fuck is this? Is this? Okay, home page. Yes, Mongoose downloaded. Packages log. Connect. What the fuck is this? Connect. True. This is promise then. Okay. Bro, what? Bro. Bro, I got distracted, bro. Let's do this again. Mongoose here. I think it has been downloaded. App, Express, middleware. We're gonna make middleware from here. App does what does set mean, bro? Set view engine either. Yes, test. This is supposed to be mine, I think. And use create index. Use profit. Okay. This is some basic low stuff. Delete. Cross. Okay. Okay. ZWT.
Open it in a text editor. I'm going to and
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone.
just to show you the different. Oh, they're the different by saying node mon, and by the way, make a change to a file. Do that by typing npm install. Okay, so now that's done. We could run this if we wanted to by saying node mon, and by the way, if you want to install node mon, it's just npm install node mon.
npm install node mon. Node mon app. Okay.
-G to install it globally, and this allows us to start an Express or Node application, and it's just going to auto restart the server for us whenever we make a change to a file and save it. So I'm going to say node mon and then run the app file over here to run this, and then we can see that it started. So if I bring over a browser, let me just localhost port 3000. So this is the starter project. So it's just a home screen right here with a title, and if we click on this, it directs to the home screen. And also we have this view recipes, but right here which goes to /. So let us first of all go to app.js. So this is the file we ran down here, node mon app. It kickstarts our Node application. So the first thing we do is import or require Express and Mongoose. And by the way, if any of this goes over your head, definitely check out my Node crash course. For beginners, first of all, the link to that is going to be down below. Anyway, once we have those two, we're starting up an Express app right here. And then we say we want to use the static middleware. So
request the home / smoothies and
this is so we can send static files like CSS to the browser, and we're saying all of that is going inside the public folder. So you can see inside the public folder we just have a stars.css and a smoothie.png, which is this big smoothie right here. Okay, smoothie.png, which is this big smoothie right here. CSS and a smoothie.png, which is this big smoothie right here. Okay. So back to app.js, then we register the view engine by saying app.set view engine and specifying EJS, so that for our views we're going to use EJS. And then down here, this is the database connection. So we'll come back to that in a minute. So down here, we're saying we're going to register a couple of routes. First of all, one for the home page, which is rendering the home view, which is over here. And then secondly, a get request handler for /smoothies, and that renders the smoothies view over here. So this was the home page, and this was the smoothies view. Okay, so let's take a quick look at those views. So the home, first of all, is just a simple header, and then we have a div with the class of smoothie to add this smoothie image. And remember, that's this thing right here. And then under this, we have the headings, an H2 and an H3, and then finally a button right here saying view recipes. So when we click on that, it goes to /smoothies. We then render this view instead, smoothies, and all this is just a UL with some different classes. View, and inside each OI tag we have an image to that smoothie again, an H4 for the title of the smoothie, and a key tag for the ingredients. So very simple HTML. To be honest, none of this really matters. It can be whatever HTML that you want because it's not going to interfere with our authentication system. It's basically some dummy content. Okay. Now you're going to also notice at the top of both of these views we have an include for the header. So right here and also right here. And as well we have one at the bottom of both views for the footer. Now they are both inside the partials folder, and this is the header. So all we're doing is linking up to that styles.css file, which is found in the public folder right here. Remember, we made this folder public by using static right here. So we can access that from the header, and then we have a nav where we say inside just one link Ninja Smoothies, and that's this title at the top. Okay, now the footer is dead simple. All we do is we have this copyright notice, we close off the body and close off the HTML. So dead simple. Now I'm not going to walk you through all of the styles. It's dead simple. We import a font from Google, and that is Quicksand, and we use that inside our project. And then we've just got some basic styles for the different elements on those two views. Now, if you want to look through it, feel free. I'm not going to walk you through it because this is the forms database using how to connect to a MongoDB database using Mongoose and then interact with it. If you know none of that, definitely check out the video, which is going to be down below, all about MongoDB and setting up a database and connecting to it. Okay, but I am going to walk through this as well. So first of all, we have our DB URI. This is a connection string, so we can connect to the database. I've already created this one, but I'll walk you through the steps of doing that in a second. Down here, we say mongoose.connect to connect to this connection string, this database right here. And then the second argument is an options object with a few different properties that just basically allow us to run the code without any kind of deprecation warnings or errors down in the console. Because this is asynchronous, it returns a promise. Once it's done, we can fire a function, which is then going to spin up the local server and listen for requests on port 3000. Now, we want to place this here because we don't want to listen for requests before we've connected to the database, only after we've successfully connected to it. We can also catch any errors.
Okay. Clear cluster. I think it was like device. Okay, copy. Okay, Aaron Gotras password. Connect. Done. Okay, let me see what my mongoose was. My mongoose password. Okay, database connection. Not employed, designated credentials. connect DV configuration env 30. Okay, that's good then. One, two, three. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, name node.
If the irony right here, and in that case we don't listen to port 2000 and instead we just log that error to the console. Okay, so you'll need your own connection string for your own database right here instead of mine. And by the way, inside this we have a username and password for the database as well. Now don't try to use this one because once I finish recording the series I'm going to delete it, so it's not going to work. You can get a
Can't trust your AI results. Let Borium sift through 100
a database. I'm going to log in right here with Google. Like I said, I already created a database, but I'm going to actually delete this and go from the beginning so that you can see how I've done it. So let me just terminate this first of all. I need to enter cluster name here, which is cluster 0, and terminate it. Okay, and now that's good. This is the screen that you should see the first time that you log in to...
Let's do it again, cause I fucking forgot, bro. Fucking disconnect. No, connect via cluster terminate. What is that name? Cluster 0. Terminate. Okay, make one.
This console.
Cluster is shutting down. Okay. Wait.
So all we need to do is build a cluster, and we're going to get a shared cluster which is free, and then choose a provider and then a location. I'm going to keep these as the default. You can give this a custom name if you want to as well. Again, I'm going to keep this as the default value, then create a cluster. That's just going to take a minute or so to create. Alright, so now it's created, we can go ahead and create a new users collection, because ultimately we want to store users in this database. Now, at first you might see this as being grayed out, but don't worry, eventually it will be clickable, so click on that. And then we want to add our own data. Now, first of all, we need to actually make a database. then we want to add our own data. Now, first of all,
What the fuck am I supposed to do this?
we need to actually make a database. We've made a cluster, but not a database. So I'm going to call this node-auth, call it what you want, and then the collection name is going to be users. So definitely it's plural, and that's important when we come to make our Mongoose model later on. It has to be plural. So users. Alright, so I'm going to create that collection now. And now we can see the database name and the collection right here. So there's no documents inside the collection at the minute, but we're going to do that programmatically as we add more users later on. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is give access to this database. And to do that, go to database access, and I access to this database later on. Okay, so the last thing we need to do, program the collection right here, add more users later on. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is give access to this database. And to do that, go to database access, and I've already created a user. And remember, we need this for our connection string where we have the username and password. So if you want to create a new database user, click on the button right here, enter in a new username and password, and then we need to make sure it has read and write access. Okay, so then add the user. So I've already done that, I've got the username short and password test 154. Make sure you create a better password than that. And now I'm going to go back to clusters, and now I'm going to connect to this to
Yeah.
get our connection string. So we want to choose this option right here, connect your application, and this is the string. We paste this in. After DB name we can delete because we don't need any of that. Then instead of to this
Toss it 0.
is to get our connection string. So we will choose this option right here, connect to your application, and this is the string we need right here. So copy that, and then we're going to go back to our, we don't get the name of our there, and then the password over here for me, base. Next up, we're going to creating the authentication route.
Browser-based games are dead. Watch this.
Alright then guys, so before we actually code any routes or controller functions for our authentication process, I want to go over all of the different routes and handler functions that we're going to be making, and also how we're going to structure those a little bit too, just so we've got the big picture of what we're aiming for in the back of our minds. Now we're also going to be adopting an MVC approach to creating this application. Now that stands for Model View Controller, and it basically just means that we're going to be extracting all of our auth route handler functions into a separate auth control file. It just helps with the organization of our code. Now, if you want to learn more about MVC in Node and Express, definitely check out my Node.js crash course tutorial right here on YouTube first of all. The link is going to be down below. So what are the different auth routes that we're going to be creating going to look like? Well, basically it's going to be these 5 routes here.
Basically.
And we're going to have, first of all, one to get a sign-up page. So that is to /signup. This is the route itself. It's going to be a GET request because we're getting a resource, and that resource is the sign-up page, and it's going to return that to the browser. So that will contain a form to sign up with. We're also going to have one for /login, which is also a GET request to get the login page, again with a form to log in this time. Now after that we'll have a /signup route again, same as this, but this time this is a post request. So it's okay that these are the same route because they can handle differently because of the type of request. This one is a GET one, this one is a POST one. And this is going to post data that a user tries to sign up with their email and the password to the server to create a new user in the database. We're going to have a post request to /login as well to authenticate a current user. So after they fill in their details on the login page, press submit, that sends a post request to the server to take those login details, check them against those stored in the database, and then log them in. And finally, we're going to have a logout GET route, and that is basically just going to take the user and log them out of the application. Now, to begin with, in this lesson, we're just going to focus on these 4 right here for signing up and logging in, and we'll handle this one in a later tutorial. So let's start to flesh out these routes in the code. So then the first thing I want to do is create a routes file for our authentication routes. So instead of dumping everything inside app.js where it then becomes messy, we're going to extract those routes into its own separate file, and we're going to place that into a folder called routes. So the idea being, the larger your application becomes, for every separate section of your website, then you'd have a separate routes file. So we're going to create a routes file for our authentication routes. So let's create that by saying auth routes.js. And then the first thing we need to do inside here is require the router from the Express package. So when we create a separate file for routes like this, we don't just say app.get and then place our routes. What we need to do is actually require the router from the Express package, then export that router at the end once we've attached routes to it, and then we can plug in that router into our application. So I'll show you how all of that works now. We're going to say, first of all, const, and we're going to destructure the router from the Express package. Like so. So now we have that, we can create a new instance of that router by saying const, and you can call this what you want. I've called it lowercase router and set it equal to the thing we imported and then invoke that. So this is creating a new instance of the router for us. And all we then do is attach different requests to this router. So for example, I can say router.get, and then we're going to get /signup,
Okay, I
And
get
then we
that.
have some kind of function which fires in response to that. So this is much like the routes we already have over here, except instead of using app, we're using the router this time that we've created right here. Now, at the end, what we're going to do is say module.export is equal to the router that we create. So this thing right here with any of the handlers attached to it, and we export that. So then we take this and we import it inside app.js, and we can use those routes, but we'll do that later on. For now, let's create these different handlers. So we have this one right here, router.
But do we need then? I think no. Wait. Some important.
.get, so it's a get request handler to / sign up. So remember, this is going to send back the sign up view. Now we've not created that, we'll do that in a minute. But first of all, let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it in a few times so we can change these. So we want also a post request handler for / sign up. And in here, remember, we're going to then communicate with the database eventually and add a new user. And then we want a get request for / login, and also a post request for / login as well. Now, I did say earlier we will have a logout request handler as well, but we're not going to do that in this video. We'll do that later on. So that's basically it. That's all of our auth routes for now. And what we typically do is handle those inside these functions right here. But we're not going to do that inside this file. And this is where this whole MVC approach comes into play. We're going to create a separate auth controller file, and that controller file is going to have in all the different functions which we use right here, just to keep our logic separate from the actual routes. So again, what I'm going to do is create a new folder, this time call it controllers, and inside that I'm going to create a new file called auth.
In this domestic course, you will learn the essential techniques for sketching industrial product design using analog and digital tools.
Controller.js. So all of those functions, those handler functions, are going to live inside this file. Now we want to export each one of these functions as well. So what I'll do is attach each one of these to module.export, and then I'll say what each function is going to be called. So first of all, let's create a function for this one right here. So it's a sign up route and it's a get request.
Okay.
So let's call this sign up underscore get and set that equal to a function. Remember, in these handler functions we have the request and the response object available to us, and inside all I'm going to do is render a view, so response.render, and eventually this view will be a sign up view. Now we'll create that momentarily, but first of all let's create the rest of these functions. So I'm going to copy that, and again I'm going to paste this down here a few times because we've got 4 in total. And this next one is going to be for login underscore get, like so. And this time we want to render the login view, which we'll create in a minute. And then down here, this is going to be sign up post to handle this. One, the post request to / sign up, and instead of rendering a view here, we're eventually going to create a new user in the database. For now, let's just say response.send, so we're just sending some text to the screen, and that text is going to be new sign up. Okay. And then down here, we want one final one, and this is going to be for login underscore post. And we'll do the same thing here, response.send and user login. Alright, so we have all of these different control functions right here, and they're all being exported from this file. Now we need to import them into this file and register them right here instead of these empty functions. So let's first of all import that up at the top. I'm going to say these empty. Now we need to import these different control functions right here, and they're all being exported from this file. Now we need to import them into this file and register them right here instead of these empty functions. So let's first of all import that up at the top. I'm going to say now we need. So let's first of all import that up at the top. I'm going to say under this one, const auth controller is equal to require. And then we want to come out of this folder first of all, so // then into the controllers folder, and then we want the auth controller like that. Now down here, what we can do instead of these empty functions is just reference this auth controller, which is the module.export object right here. And remember on that we have all of these different functions. So I could say now we want the auth controller and then dot whatever function that I want to handle this request. So this is a get request to / sign up, so that is sign up get. So now when we get a get request for this route, it's going to fire this function right here to handle that. So let's do the same thing for these dudes. So auth controller dot, and this is sign up post, and then down here we want auth controller dot login get, and then finally auth controller dot login post this time. So that's all there is to it. So now we've done that, we need these views right here that we're rendering, the sign up view and also the login view. Now automatically Express and EJS is going to look. So now we've done that, we need these views right here that we're rendering, the sign up view and also the login view. Now automatically Express and EJS is going to look inside the views folder, so we need to create those inside here. So let me create a new file, and I'm going to call this signup.ejs. And all I'm going to do inside this is register the header partial that we have, the footer one, and then just do an H1 in between those. So let me grab this thing from the home view and paste that at the top, and also at the bottom, and change this to footer. And then right here, let's do an H1 that says sign up. So dead simple. And then let's copy it up. All of this and create a new file called login.ejs, and inside there paste it, and this time say login. Okay, so now we have our
What does that EZS mean?
views, which we're trying to render right here. We have all of these different controller functions, which we're registering for each route. The only thing left that we have to do is register these routes in our application, because at the minute they're just kind of floating around in space and not doing anything, because we've not registered them for our application right here. So let's import them first of all, and to do that I'm going to say const auth routes is equal to require, and we want to go into the routes folder, and we want the auth routes. Alright, so now we have those. All we need to do is grab them right here, and at the bottom I'm going to say app.use to use this router, and I'm just going to paste it in. So that is basically the same as placing all of these routes right here. But this way we're keeping all of our authentication routes separate from the main application code. Alright, so let me save that, and this is the moment of truth. Let me try out these two routes, the get ones right here from the browser. Alright, so these two routes, the get ones right here from the browser.
So what are they, bro? Talk to me. What the fuck is so slow? project in the right side bar, security. Okay, let's see. Okay, active, save, working, Node.js. Okay, this is what he gave me.
Alright, so if we go to / sign up, then we get the sign up page, and if we go to / login, then we get the login page. So all of that works. Now we also want to be able to test out the other routes too, the post ones, which are this one right here, and also this one. Now, eventually, the post requests are going to be sent from the browser after a user submits either the sign-up or the login form, but we don't have those yet. So for now, we need a quick way to test them, and I'll be using a tool called Postman to do that in the next lesson.
Backend AI is an AI online call assistant that gives you the answer to every question on your online.
So then, we want to be able to test the post routes in our application, and we're going to be using a tool called Postman to do that. So Postman allows us to simulate requests to a server when we don't have a front end to do that for us, like in our case whereby we don't have any web forms yet to send the post requests. So we can use Postman instead to simulate those requests to our different endpoints. Now ultimately, we're going to be making our sign up and login forms which will send those post requests, but until we have those, we can use this to make them and test everything works as it should. So you can download it the first time you're using it, but once you've done that, you should see something like this. We want to create a new request, and then we're going to see this port 3000. We then handle this just / and it sends the home view. So it creates that HTML based on this view and sends it to the browser. Now, obviously, this is not a browser, so we're not going to see that web page right here. But what we will get back is the raw HTML, and we'll see that as the response instead. So let's give this a whirl, press send, and we can see all of that HTML down here for the home page. Okay, so let's try now something like / sign up and press send, and we get the sign up page instead down here. Now, what we want to do is test the post requests as well. So we can change the type over here from get to post. Now, at the minute we're sending this to / sign up. So let's have a look inside the code. What happens when we do that? If we go to the auth controller, this is the handler for that URL and a post request. So all we're doing is sending this text back. So that should be the response that we see, new sign up. So post and this route, let's press send, and we see new sign up down here. So that works. Now we can do the same for login, and this should send back some more text, user login. That's this thing right here. So these
There's a postman. Sign up for free. Google. Allow. Backend. Bro. I'm using my postman, man. Postman.
route handlers are working. Now, typically, when we send a post request from a browser, it's normally after a user has submitted some kind of form, so they've entered in maybe an email and the password to either sign up or log in, and then when they click on submit, the post request is sent to the server, but we also send with that post request the data that they entered into the form, the email and the password. Now we can simulate sending data as well from Postman, and to do that inside a post request, all we need to do is go to the body, and we want to send some raw data, and the type of data that we want to send is going to be JSON data. So, say for example, I want to send some JSON, which is going to be an email and a password. I can do that. I'm going to say the email will be mario@google.com, and then also a password, which is going to be test12. Okay? So that's the data that I'm sending now. And if I click send, it's going to send that data. We still get the same response. So we're doing that, but nothing different is happening. Really, what we want to do is be able to grab this data on the server when it's sent.
Where is this supposed to be, man? Why fucking hell? Use fucking something like Postman, man. What the fuck? Postman. Sign in. Hello! Hey Lalo!
To us at a pub and up down. So to world, press try now something like /sign up and press send, and we get a side page instead of it. Now what we want to do is test the post request as well. So we can change the type over here from get to post. Now at the minute we're sending this to /sign up. So let's have a look inside the code. What happens when we do that? If we go to the auth controller, this is the handler for that URL and a post request. So all we're doing is sending this text back. So that should be the response that we see, new sign up. So post and this route, let's press send and we see new sign up down here. So that works. Now we can do the same for login and this should send back some more text, user login. That's this thing. That data and it a little longer than normal.
Bro, what the fuck is this, man? Wait.
So this works. let's try sign up as well to make sure that works, and press send. We get this response, and we should see that data again. Yes, we do. So ultimately, we're going to be sending all of these post requests from our browser after a user submits the forms. And when we do that,
this means JWT already, bro.
we're going to be sending this data along with them. But until we have those forms on the front end, Postman is going to be apprehended, and it's going to help us to simulate these kinds of requests. So now we know that all of our handlers are working, and we know that we can test it as we go forward with Postman. Next up, we're going to create a user model with Mongoose.
He's building up too much, bro.
Alright then guys, so now we have the basics set up, we can now shift our focus to creating new users in the database when a post request comes in to sign up. So to do that, we're going to need a user model which we're going to create using Mongoose. So first of all, let's create a models folder and replace all of our different data models inside here. We're going to create one called user, so user.js with a capital U for us. You can call it what you want though. And then inside here, the first thing we need to do is require Mongoose, because this is what we're going to use to create a new model. So remember, in the first lesson of this series, let me just import that first because I can't type and talk at the same time. In the first lesson of this series, we installed this package right here, Mongoose. So that's what we're using now to create a new user model. So the first thing we need to do is create a schema for the model, and the schema basically dictates how these different objects are going to look, or these different documents are going to look inside the database. So what properties will a user have, that kind of thing. So let's create that schema first of all, and I'm going to call it user schema, like so, and I'm going to set that equal to a new mongoose dot schema with a capital S. And then inside here we pass in an object, and this object defines the structure of our user documents. So the two properties that we want this user to have is an email property, and we'll come back to the object here in a second, and also a password property, right? So we're saying this schema for these users must have these two properties. Now inside these objects we can define what these properties should look like. So first of all, I want to say that the data type of this is going to be a string. Okay, so the type of email is always string. It's also going to be required, so I'm going to say required is equal to true. And then I also want this to be unique, so I'm going to say unique is true. And that's so no user can sign up twice with the same email address. So when we try to sign up, this model is going to look at our database collection, and if an email already exists for the email the user is trying to sign up with, it's going to come up with some kind of error, and we'll see that later on. But either way, it has to be unique. And then finally, I'm going to say lowercase is true. So if they sign up and they're in caps lock mode and they submit, then we're going to take that value and we're going to turn it into lowercase before we store it. Alright, so that's pretty much it for the email. We've defined that. It's a string, it's required, it's got to be unique, and we're going to make sure it's lowercase before we save it in the database. Alright, so for the password, again, we're going to say type is string, and then we're going to say required is true, and, oops, after that, we don't want this to be unique, but we do want min length to be something like 6 characters long. Maybe this should be longer, but for the sake of this tutorial, this will ensure that the user's password can't be less than 6 characters long, okay? So we have those two properties defined in our user schema, and that defines what user documents or records should look like in the database, right? So now we need to create a model based on this schema. Now to do that, I'm going to come down here and say const user with capital U is equal to mongoose.model, and in here we pass in what we want to call the model, and I'm going to call it user. Now this name is important. It must be the singular of whatever we define our database collection to be called. Now we call our collection users. So under the hood, Mongoose is going to look at this, pluralize it, and it's going to connect to that collection automatically for us whenever we use this to create new users or read users from the database, etc.
Okay.
Now, the second argument is going to be the schema that this model is based on, which we've just created, the user schema. Alright, so now we have our model, we can go ahead and export it. So module.export is equal to the user right here. So then now we can use this model inside our different controller functions to interact with the database. So whenever we want to interact with the user collection in the database to either save documents or retrieve documents, then we're going to use this model to do that. So let me now go to the auth controller, and what we're going to do is just flesh out this handler right here, the post handler for / signup. So we still want to grab these properties from the request.body that we send along with the request. But now we don't want to do this right here. Instead, we want to do something different. We want to try and create a new user in the database with these properties.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to place all of this inside a try-catch block. And basically, what this does is try to do something, and if it fails, it's going to catch the error and fire this instead. Now, what we're going to do is try to create a new user based on these properties using the user model. Now, if that fails and there's an error, then this is the code we'll run right here, and we'll do something with that error. So, first of all, we need to import the user model that we have right here into this file. So let me do that right at the top. I'm going to go up here and I'm going to say const user is equal to require, and we want to go out of this folder into the models folder, and then we want the user. Alright, so we have that. Now we can create a new user using that model inside this file. So I'm going to do this right here by saying user, which we just imported, and we can use a method on this called create. And what that does is create an instance of a user locally for us and then saves it to the database.
Okay.
So all we need to do is pass in the object which kind of defines our user right here. And the properties that we pass in here must match whatever the schema dictates right here. So an email and a password. Luckily, we have those right here, so let me grab them and paste them in right here, okay? So, now we're creating this new user in the database. Now, this right here is an asynchronous task, and it returns a promise. Now, what I'd like to do is store the results, the user that we get back from the database once it's saved it inside some kind of variable. So I could say const, and then I'm going to call this user is equal to this. Now, if we just left it at that, that would fill this up with the promise because this is asynchronous. So we want to wait until this is complete and the promise has resolved, and then we get the user and store that in here. So all we need to do is say await right here. But since we're using await, this needs to be an asynchronous function, which we can.
ChatGPT can now create website wireframes. With our new custom GPT,
mark by saying async right there, okay? Okay. Now, incidentally, I'm going to do the same thing down here. I'm going to say async for the login post handler because later on we'll be doing something similar. So both these are asynchronous functions now. Alright, so hopefully we have our user now, and once that's done, and only once that's done, we can then send a response. So I'm going to say response, and then first of all, I'm going to say status to set a status of the response. Now this status is going to be 201, meaning it's a success and we've created this resource, this new user. And then I'm going to say .json to send back some JSON, and we're going to send back the user. This is going to be a user object that we've just saved in the database, so it's an object version of that. Then we're going to send it back as JSON to whatever has sent the request. In our case at the minute, to Postman, but in the future it's going to be back to the browser. Okay, now if there is an error with this, for example, if they've not sent an email and password in the request and we don't have those, then it's going to catch that error right here. And for now, all I'm going to do is log out the error by saying console.log error, and then under that I'm going to say response.status 400, which means there's an error, and then I'm going to send back a response, and it's just going to be a plain text response that says error, user not created. Now at the minute that's not very helpful to the user, they probably won't know what's wrong, and later on we'll do some better handling. That's just for us for now, so we can see that this fires when there's an error, okay? So that is pretty much it from here. Now we can test this in Postman. Alright then, so let's try this out in Postman. Let's make a request to fire this handler function. So this needs to go to /signup, and we need to send this JSON in the body. So make sure you have body selected, you paste this in, and also the type of data is JSON. It's a post request. Let's send this and see what response we get back. So send, and now we see this object.
Bro, what the fuck? Unique ID
right here, and this is the user that we get back from the database after we've successfully created and saved that user to the database. So it communicates with the MongoDB database we have and that collection, the user collection. It creates the
Let me look at the MongoDB, bro. Okay. User. Fetching document. No document, what the fuck? Honestly, what the fuck? Okay, it came.
Document, MongoDB creates that document for us and it sends that back as a response, and that's what we get right here. So notice MongoDB has attached a unique ID to this user for us, and that's stored as well with each document, even though we didn't specify that we wanted that, but also we have email and password stored right here as well. Now also, if we take a look inside the collection over here, I'm just going to refresh by going to the right and go to refresh, we should see that document now inside this collection, which we do right here. We have this object ID, which is the ID of the document, and these two things, the email and the password.
Imagine conducting every part of your research only on one platform. Meet Orium.
Now, one thing to mention at this point, you should not ever store plain passwords like this in a database. If the database was compromised, then all of your users' passwords are then readily available to the hacker. So later on, I'm going to show you how to hash the passwords and then store a hashed password in the database. But for now, for the sake of learning, this is okay, but never do this in production, alright? So what happens if we don't pass the correct data with the post request? Well, let's give that a shot. What I'm going to do is actually take off these properties right here and just try to send this request. So I'm going to send it and we get this error back. Error, user not created, and that's this error right here. So it's trying to create a new user document, but because we said in the schema that this is required, the email and the password is required, then it's saying, well, no, we've not sent those, so I can't create this new user document in the database, and so therefore it finds the error. And we log the error to the console here, so we should see it if we zoom this up. We can see all of this stuff right here, and it's quite complicated to look at, but if you go right to the top, we can see path email is required, path password is required, so it's not saving that in the database. And you can verify that by opening up the database over here, and I'm just going to refresh again over here, just to make sure that nothing has been saved. And you can see we still have just one document. So this thing right here is the same generic error every time we send some kind of invalid data, and that's not very helpful to the user. So it would be nice to send back tailored errors like password is too short, or that email, sorry, been used, or email is required. Now, we can already see these errors in the console over here, right, because that's what this throws, this thing when we try to do it, and it throws this error. So we can see those errors, but what we need to do is let the user know about those errors. So in the next video, we're going to create some custom validation errors for our model and provide better errors to the client.
Yeah, error handling.
Alright then gang, so we saw in the last video that currently when we send incorrect data with our post request, we get back a blanket error that looks something like this, no matter what the error is. It's whether that's an empty email property or the password is too short, etc. Now, that wouldn't be great to show a user on a web page because it doesn't offer any additional info, so they won't know what to correct. Instead, it would be good to create custom error messages for different types of errors. And we'll be using a combination of custom error handling and Mongoose validation errors to do this. So, back in the code, we can first come to our Mongoose user over here, and we can add some custom error messages for the different conditions that we specified, like this required. So the way we do that is by surrounding this inside an array. Now the first value of the array is the actual value of this. Is it required? Well, yes, so this is true. Now we can pass in a second value into the array, and that is a custom error message for if this fails. So if they don't supply an email, then we can trigger an error message which says this thing right here. So all I'm going to say right here is please enter an email. Now I'm going to do the same thing for required down on the password over here, but this time I'm going to change this to password, right? Now I also want to do the same thing for min length, so let me surround this in square brackets, and again, the first position is going to be the value of the min length, and then the second position is going to be the error message. So I'm going to say minimum password length is 6 characters, right?
Hi there, I'm Katya Kovalenko, a presentation designer and educator. As a presentation designer...
So these are the error messages that we're going to basically throw if these conditions aren't matched when a user tries to submit the form and we try to create the user, right? Now, we also need for the email an extra property right here called validate. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because we want our email to be a valid email address. At the minute, they could just type in any string like a name, and there's nothing here that says otherwise. So I could just type in Mario, and, well, it's a string. It's there, we've typed something in, it's unique, it's in a database, and it's located. There's nothing saying it has to be an email. So we can add this validate property to any different field inside our schema. And this is going to be an array again. The first position in this is going to be a function. So I could create a function right here, which does something in here, some custom validation. Now, inside this function, we automatically take in a value, and that value is the value of the user email that is submitted. So whatever the user types when we click submit. So we take that value and we can validate it inside this function. Now we'd return true if we think it's valid and it passes. We return false if we think it's not valid. And in that case, we would throw an error with this error message, the second position in the array. So I could say, please enter a valid email. So inside this function, you would want to do something to validate that email. So to do this, we could use a regular expression for an email and match it against what a user submits. But also, we could just use a third-party validation package, which is what I'll do. So this package is called Validator, and I'm going to install it first of all. So we need to create a new console, and I'm going to say npm install Validator. Now, if you've got an old version of Node and npm, then you need to pass in the save flag, like so, to save it to your dependencies. I've got a newer version, so I don't need to do that, and it's automatically going to register it inside my dependencies right here, okay? So, now we have that installed, the next thing to do is import something from that package at the top over here. So this package has different functions inside that we can use to validate different things, and one of those things is to validate an email. So I will import that function to validate an email from the validate now, like so, that a user submits for the email.
Joey disappointed me, bro.
Now, then this looks at that value and it returns true if it is a valid email, false if it's not a valid email. Okay? So that's pretty much it for our custom errors right here. We will come back to this one later on because we're going to handle that slightly differently. But for now, this will do. Now, before we go any further, I have just noticed an error right here. This min-length property should not be camel case, and this L should not be a capital letter. Make sure that is lowercase, otherwise this won't work. Okay, so now we have all of these different validation messages, but at the moment, they're not really doing anything. If we were to send a request with invalid data, we would still get back this blanket error message, as you can see right here. And that's because in the auth controller, I'm sending that right here. So we're kind of ignoring this error object that we catch. And that error object contains this kind of information on it. So what we really want to do is evaluate this error object to see what kind of error it is, and then send back to the user something more useful, like one of these messages. Or if there's several errors, for example, an error for the email and an error for the password, send back both of those messages. So ultimately, I'd like to send back an object right here, a JSON object instead of just a string, and that JSON object will contain a password property and an email property. Now, a password property will hold the password error if there is one, or a blank string or an empty string if there's no error, and the email property will contain the email error if there is one. So all of this evaluating of this error object right here should probably be done in a separate function, so we're not bloating our code right here and duplicating code later on when we do a similar thing down here. So let us now create a function at the top of this file to handle these errors. So handle errors, and we'll create a const called handle errors, and that is going to take in the error object that we catch down in the try-catch block right here. So what we can do now is just call that function handle errors try-catch block, and that is going to take in the error object that we catch down in the try-catch block right here. So what we can do now is just call that function handle errors and pass in the error object. So up here, this is where we're going to evaluate the error object and return a more useful object which we can then send back as JSON to the user. Now to begin with, just call that function handle errors and pass in the error object. So up here, this is where we're going to evaluate the error object and return a more useful object which we can then send back as JSON to the user. Now to begin with, all I'm going to do is log to the console the error.
Our universe is vast, full of challenges and
message. Now, the message property comes on all of the errors that we get, and it contains information about what type of error this is. Now, I'm also going to log out something else, and that is the error code. Now, this code property doesn't exist on most of the errors that we're going to get, but it does exist on one specific error that we're going to handle in the future. In particular, that is the unique error, but we'll come to that later on. Most of the time, this will be undefined, but later we will need it. Okay, so let's just take a look at this error message when we send some invalid data. So, let me first of all go over here and press send. And then if we go back to the code, we should see down in the console, if we open up the other terminal, this thing right here. So this is the error message, and it contains user validation failed, and then it says please enter an email, and also please enter a password. This right here, this is the error code. Like I said, undefined for the most part. Okay, so this is if we don't enter an email and if we don't enter a password. But what if we enter in something like Mario, which is not a valid email, and also just 123, which isn't at least 6 characters long? So this should still fail on 2 accounts, right? Because inside the model, it must be a valid email and it must be at least 6 characters long. So let me send this request, and over here we can see again, user validation failed. So this is the same in both instances.
So boys, this is what my understanding is. Boys are girls' pets. Let me look at this. Auth. Error handle the error, and error is taken by try catch error. What the fuck? Where does this error come from then? Handle error.
This time it says please enter a valid email. Not please enter an email, and it says the minimum password length is 6 characters. Again, the code is undefined. So the common thing here is this string right here, user validation failed. So anytime there's any kind of error which is dictated by any one of these fields right here, required validate, required a min length, then the error message that we get is going to contain this thing right here. So we can look for the presence of this in the error message in order to handle these kind of errors in a particular way. So let's do that. Down here, the first thing I'm actually going to do is create an errors object. So errors is equal to an object, and inside here we'll have an email property, which will be an empty string to begin with, and a password property, which will be an empty string to begin with as well. Now, eventually, this is the thing that will be sent as JSON back to the user. So if there's an email error, we'll update this property. If there's a password error, we'll update this property. We're going to return that at the end of this function, so that down here we can turn that at the end of this function, so that down here we can store it in a constant by saying const errors is equal to whatever this function returns, and then we can send that as a response right here as JSON, right? So this is what we need to populate now, dependent on the errors. So let's look for the presence of this user validation failed inside this error message first of all. So first of all, I'll do a little comment to say returns, and then we can send that as a response right here as JSON, right? So this is what we need to populate now, dependent on the errors. So let's look for the presence of this user validation failed inside this error message first of all. So first of all, I'll do a little comment to say validation errors, like that, and then I'm going to say if, and we're going to take a look at the error message, and we're going to see if that includes a certain phrase, and that phrase is going to be this thing right here. So let me grab that, copy it and paste it in here, and now if this is the case, then we can do something with that error. Now all I'm going to do for now is log that to the console, console.log the error, just so that we can see it. So if I save this now and try to send a request like this with invalid data, so send that, and both fields are invalid, right? Let's take a look. So send that, and both fields are invalid, right? Let's take a look at this object. Now it is quite messy to see right here in the console. It's not a great way of looking at them, but hopefully we will see this in a second. So this is the error object right here. So first of all, we get the error message at the top, right? This is the thing where it says user validation failed, please enter an email, please make sure the minimum password length is 6 characters, etc. Now down here, we can actually see inside the error object, we have another property called errors. So inside this object, we have the different errors that is created by this request. Now there should be 2 of them, because this validation will fail and this will fail as well. So inside this error object, or errors object rather, there should be 2 properties, one for email and one for password. So if we scroll down a little bit, we can see right here, the first one, email, right? So we can see there's a validator error, please enter a valid email. And down here on this email object as well, we see other things. We have a properties property, and we'll need that in a second. We also have the path, and the path basically says what property that we're failing on, so the email in this case, the value, which is what we entered, etc. So that's the first object inside the errors object. Okay? So the second one is the password, because we had an error for the password as well, and that's a minimum length error. So again, down here we have the properties, which we'll need in a second. We'll take a look at that in a minute. And we also have the kind of error, well, it's a minimum length error, the path, so what field failed, and that was the password one, and the value that a user tried to create, and that was 1, 2, 3, right? So ultimately, remember, the end game here is to populate this with an email error and a password error, if there are them, okay? So really, what we want to do is access inside this error object right here, the errors property, this thing right here. This errors property contains the errors. It's got 2 keys in it, email and password, and both of those then contain information about those individual errors.
Find your ideal interior design? Villa, office, hospital.
So we need to take this error property right here, and we want to get the values of each one of these things inside it. We don't necessarily need the key, we want the values of each key inside it. So how can we get those? Well, what we can do is we can use object.values and then pass in this errors object, and that gets us the values of both of the different fields inside it. So this value with the properties, the kind, the path, and also this value from the password. So let me just do that first of all. Let me log over to the console.log, and we want the error overall object. Then we want the errors object inside that, which is this thing right here. And then we want the values of those properties. So the way we do that is by saying object.values and then surrounding this. Okay? So it takes this object right here, this errors object, and it gets us the values of the different things inside that object. So not the keys, but the values. So if I log out to the console now, if I save it, and just quickly, this must be a capital O, otherwise this won't work, so save that again. And now let's try sending a request. And if we go back, we should be able to see these different values. So we can see we have these different objects right here. So let me just show you. We have this array, and the first one, the first object is right here with the different properties and other information. And remember, these properties are ultimately what we want to get because they contain the message that we write and also the path to say what property we need to update. And the second one down here is for the password. So we have, again, the properties with the message inside it and the path, etc. Okay, so we want those ultimately. But now we have an array of the values. So what we could do is we could actually cycle through that array of values right here, and then for each one of them, extract the information that we need and update these different properties. So let me now say for each on these. So we can do that, remember, because this is an array. And for each one, we'll take in the individual error, and inside here, I'm going to just console.log the error, and I'm going to log the properties property on each one of them. Alright, so error.properties, like so. So let me save that again, and can we try to send a request that's not valid again? That again, and can we try to send a request that's not valid again? And if we come back over here, now if we scroll down, we should have two objects right here. We have this one, and we have this one. So this is ultimately what we need. So for each one of these now, we can say, okay, well, the path is email, so this is an email error. So I'll take this property right here, and we're going to update that. And I'll set the
end goal of this, bro?
Message or the value of that property to be this thing right here. And I can do the same for this one as well. I'll say, well, okay, this time the path is password, so I'll update the password property, and I'm going to set the value of that equal to this thing, okay? So what I could do is, instead of passing in the error right here, I could destructure and get the properties from the error like that. And to do that, I need to place this in parentheses. So now, destructure and get the properties from the error like that. And to do that, I need to place this in parentheses. So now all we're doing is destructuring the properties property from the error, and now we have access to that without saying error.properties. This does exactly the same thing, and I can demo that by sending a request again.
Can you tell if this was made by AI? We made an AI-generated content
thing, and now we have. So now all we're doing is destructuring the properties property from the error, and now we have access to all that by error.properties. This does exactly the same thing, and I can demo that by sending a request again. And over here, we get the two same values. So these are the properties objects, right? Okay, so we have those now. What is the next step? Well, all I want to do now is access the errors that I have right here, or the error object rather. And then I need to decide which property I want to update. Well, to do that, I can pass in a string inside square brackets. So for example, I could say email right here and set that equal to some value, and that would take this property right here, the email, based on this, and it would...
Oh, bro, this is way too much.
Selamünaleyküm kardeşim. Bir Müslüman kötülük yap.
would update it with this value. Now, instead of right here, I can pass it to I have right here, or the error object rather, and then I need to decide which property I want to update. Well, to do that, I can pass in a string inside square brackets. So, for example, I could say email right here and set that equal to some value, and that would take this property right here, the email, based on this, and it would update it with this value. Now, instead of passing through email, I can get that from the properties path property right here.
Bro, he's moving mad, bro. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Bro, he's going way too ham on this, bro.
To decide this does exactly the same thing.
Wait. I'm gonna lie. You know, let's take a step back from this and okay, copy. Let this bitch explain it to me. Wait, let me talk. Pause. So I saw one tutorial to fucking about JWT authentication, and he started teaching us MongoDB plus fucking what, error handling and stuff, and except this MongoDB um, schema or model, this auth controller JS, which starts with fucking error handler equals to error. That I understand, bro. That I understand. So what does this object of values do? Like I fucking don't know what the fucking uh, use of that object, so I didn't learn it. So can you explain me the object and with the property values, and for it you don't have to explain me what for each is, and what the fuck is values, bro? Values, mainly object which has the property values. What the fuck is that, bro? And then other modular export sign get is easy because we didn't do anything in that. Login the get is also easy. And module export sign up post, let me see what I was uh, oh, this one, this in this we um not in this. Yes, in this there is an error, like from try and catch, but error uh came from like the MongoDB, uh, the message that is supposed to be sent when there is an error uh, in the MongoDB. And how the fuck does the argument of catch take that value to the error in this? I don't fucking understand that, bro. You hear me, bro? This error handle error. What does object the value therefore is the how catch work in JS, how you do cat error. If use fails, MongoDB throws an error. That error object is directly passed into error. Error is an object with many properties. Okay, like message, name, error, with error from email or password. So cat just receive the error object. That's all. They automatically puts the throw value into error. Okay, I kinda understand. Okay, kinda understand you, bro. Kinda understand you. Now, what is object the value bracket error dot errors? So JS error the errors equals convert the errors the error equals to bracket email dot properties bad email and value password. This object the values object the values error dot error object the convert an object into an array equals to into array. What the fuck was that, bro? What the fuck? Maybe it's better this way. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think I should be like programming in my other like other small project alongside this, cause after this it's kind of fucking fucked up, bro. Error handling is kind of fucked up, bro. Ain't gonna lie. So let me see. That catches the error from the MongoDB and error the message, error the code, error the message. What is object of value? What is property in for each? Maybe it's better this way. Keep this in mind. This is what I'm talking about. Error handle errors function. So it take error that is sent by the MongoDB and display the error message property and error code property. So we let error be two empty string error only. So we are not working with that right now, so that doesn't matter. So uh, error the message that include user validation failed. um, if that happens, then the so object does like fucking okay. So it turns object into array. Is that it? Example for mongoose. So value. So let me break this down, bro. No, let me rewind the video first and then. So exactly, let me read this through this first. Example from mongoose. Fuck this shit, bro. Fuck this shit. I ain't reading that
What we
shit.
could do is we could add.
Bro, his voice is so beatable, bro. He sounds like a bullet child, bro. And the fucking hell, what the fuck? And there's mongoose hooks also, bro. What the fuck, man? I'm gonna eat dinner and decode this shit for real. So returns keys in array, okay. Okay, keys and values. Okay. That's good. And then increase returns both. Okay.
Believe it or not, I will draw the person you will marry. One of my clients asked for a refund. She thought the man I sketched looked like her neighbor, but it turned out he was her soulmate. Here's the sketch I created,
yeah, this
and
guy
here's
is
the man
also,
she
yeah,
eventually
okay.
married. Just through
property that we're facing, etc. So, this is what we need to populate now, dependent on the errors. So let's look for the presence of this user validation failed inside this error message first of all. So, first of all, I'll do a little comment to say validation errors, like that, and then I'm going to say if, and we're going to take a look at the error message, and we're going to see if that includes a certain phrase, and that phrase is going to be actually going to. Over here, we can see again user validation failed. So this is the same in. It says please enter in. Now, this code property doesn't exist on most of the errors that we're going to get, but it does exist on one specific error that we're going to handle in the future. In particular, that is the unique error, but we'll come to that later on. Most of the time, this will be undefined, but later we will need it. Okay, so let's just take a look at this error message when we send some invalid data. So, let me first of all go over here and press send, and then if
Boy, yeah. Create password error handler error. Let's print out error only to see what happens. So let me look at the terminal. Logging way too much. Working validating your minimum. Okay, that's the message. We get it, bro. Okay. A document invalidated. Okay, this is some bull shit, error. Error, the errors comes into this, and then password, validate. do it like dot object dot bhs something something ever dot errors dot PASS password. What happens then? If that shit comes out, I think so. I think this is sorted. I think this is sorted. So password had pass error password this and this. Oh, fuck that shit. Properties. Okay, properties has path dot proper dis properties. Okay, it then read path. Dot properties is here, bro. Dot properties. What? Object dot value 2020 for because error is not a single object property. It is an object that contains many fields. You skipping a level. When Mongo validate error looks like this. Oh. Oh. So let me see. Password contains this too. Okay. Contains PIDIES properties. Save. Okay. The so maybe it's better this way. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
If we go back to the code, code we should see down in the console if we open up the other terminal.
Where the fuck is the message coming from, bro? What the fuck? Sign up. Where the fuck is the message? What the fuck is the message? I need to say this, bro. Brody, I wanna say this message, bro. Message. Okay, the working. Okay.
This thing right here, so this is the error message, and it contains user validation failed, and then it says please enter an email and also please enter a password. This right here, this is the error code, like I said, undefined for the most part. Okay, so this is if we don't enter an email and if we don't enter a password, but what if we enter in something like Mario, which is not a valid email, and also just 123, which isn't at least 6 characters long. So this should still fail on 2 accounts, right? Because inside the model, it must be a valid email and it must be at least 6 characters long. So let me send this request, and over here we can see again, user validation failed. So this is the same in both instances, and this time it says please enter a valid email, not please enter an email, and it says the minimum password length is 6 characters. Again, the code is undefined. So the common thing here is this string right here, user validation failed. So anytime there's any kind of error which is dictated by any one of these fields right here, required, validate, required, and min length, then the error message that we get is going to contain this thing right here. So we can look for the presence of this in the error message in order to handle these kind of errors in a particular way. So let's do that. Down here, the first thing I'm actually going to do is create an errors object. So errors is equal to an object, and inside here we'll have an email property which will be an empty string to begin with, and a password property which will be an empty string to begin with as well. Now, eventually this is the thing that will be sent as
Fucking hell, British.
JSON back to the user. So if there's an email error, we'll update this property. If there's a password error, we'll update this property. We're going to return that at the end of this function so that down here we can store it in a constant by saying const errors is equal to whatever this function returns, and then we can send that as down here we can store it in a constant by saying const errors is equal to whatever this function returns, and then we can send that as a response right here as JSON, right? So this is what we need to populate now, dependent on the errors. So let's look for the presence of this user validation failed inside this error message first of all. So first of all, I'll do a little comment to say validation errors like that, and then I'm going to say if, and we're going to take a look at the error message, and we're going to see if that includes a certain phrase, and that phrase is going to be this thing right here. So let me grab that, copy it and paste it in here. And now, if this is the case, then we can
I understand now.
with...
Shut the fuck up, man. I'm starting to understand now, bro. Brody, I'm starting to understand. This shit right here, that contain this, will give me this. Okay, fucking hell. Okay, include user validation fail. Okay, Brody. So this pass the function. This is a func, not a function.
That's error.
This
now
is
all I'm going to do for now is log that to the console. Console.log the error, just so that we can see it. So if I save this now and try to send a request like this with invalid data. So send that, and both
Bro, it's then
fields are invalid, right? Let's take a look at this object. Now, it is quite messy to see right here in the console. It's not a great way of looking at them, but hopefully we will see this in a second.
Hopefully.
So, this is the error object right here. So first of all, we get the error message at the top, right? This is the thing where it says, user validation failed, please enter an email, please make sure the minimum password length is 6 characters, etc. Now, down here, we can actually see inside the error object, we have another property called errors. So inside this object, we have the different errors that is created by this request. Now there should be 2 of them because this validation will fail and this will fail as well. So inside this error object, or errors object rather, there should be 2 properties, one for email and one for password. So if we scroll down a little bit, we can see right here, the first one, email, right? So we can see there's a validator error, please enter a valid email. And down here on this email, object as well, we see other things. We have a properties property, and we'll need that in a second. We also have the path, and the path basically says what property that we're failing on, so the email in this case, the value, which is what a user entered, etc. So that's the first object inside the errors object. Okay? So the second one is the password, because we had an error for the password as well, and that's a minimum length error.
Fucking hell, I forgot, man. What the fuck? User validation error. Hopefully.
So again, down here we have the properties, which we'll need in a second. We'll take a look at that in a minute. And we also have the kind of error. Well, it's a min-length error. The path, so what field failed, and that was the password one. And the value that a user tried to create, and that was 1, 2, 3, right? So ultimately, remember, the end game here is to populate this with an email error and a password error, if there are them, okay? So really, what we want to do is access inside this error object right here, the errors property, this thing right here. This errors property contains the errors. It's got 2 keys in it, email and password, and both of those then contain information about those individual errors. So we need to take this errors property right here, and we want to get the values of each one of these things inside it. we don't necessarily need the key, we want the values of each key inside it. So how can we get those? Well, what we can do is we can use object.values and then pass in this errors object, and that gets us the values of both of the different fields inside it. So this value with properties behind path, and also this value from the past.
Bro, what the fuck am I doing, bro? I'm learning Mongoose, bro. Mongoose, bro. What the fuck is this? I was trying to learn authentication, max, guy. I thought I was going straight into hashing. And cookie premises, that good? That's good. Cookie premises is good. Okay, part 1, login in user. Part 1, part 2, protecting root. Okay, he got stuff, but
password. So let me just do that first of all. Let me log those to the console. Console.log, and we want the error overall object. Then we want the errors object inside that, which is this thing right here. And then we want the values of those properties. So the way we do that is by saying object.values and object inside that, which is this thing right here, and then we want the values of those properties. So the way we do that is by saying object.values.
Wait. So we need the object of error. So fucking do this, I think, and obj object of values. Okay, that's good.
Values and then surrounding this. Okay, so it takes this object right here, this errors object, and it gets us the values of the different things inside that object. So not the keys, but the values. So if I log that to the console now, if I save it, just quickly, this must be a capital O, otherwise this won't work, so save that again. And now let's try sending a request. And if we go back, we should be able to see these different values. So we can see we have these different objects right here. So let me just show you. We have this array, and the first object is right here with the different properties and other. The information, and remember, these properties are ultimately what we want to get because they contain the message that we write and also the path to say what property we need to update. And the second one down here is for the password. So we have again the properties with the message inside it and the path, etc. Okay, so we want those ultimately, but now we have an array of the values. So what we could do is we could actually cycle through that array of values right here, and then for each one of them extract the information that we need and update these different properties. So let me now say for each on these. So we can do that, remember, because this is an array, and for each one we'll take in the individual error, and inside here I'm going to just console.log the error, and I'm going to log the properties property on each one of them. All right, so error.properties, like so. So let me save that again, and can we try to send a request that's not valid again? And if we come back over here, now if we
properties is what we want, Brody. Property is all we want, Brody. Okay.
scroll down, we should have two objects right here. We have this one and we have this one. So this is ultimately what we need. So for each one of these now, we can say, okay, well, the path is email, so this is an email error. So I'll take this property right here, and we're going to update that, and I'll set the message or the value of that property to be this thing right here. And I can do the same for this one as well. I'll say, well, okay, this time the path is password, so I'll update the password property, and I'm going to set the value of that equal to this thing, okay?
Okay.
So what I could do is, instead of passing in the error right here, I could destructure and get the properties from the error like that, and to do that I need
he's quite good at it.
to place this in parentheses. So now all we're doing is destructuring the properties property from the error, and now we have access to that without saying error.properties. This does a object, right? Okay, so we have those now. What is the next step? Well, all I want to do now is access the errors that I have right here, or the error object rather, and then I need to decide which property I want to update. Well, to do that, I can pass in a string inside square brackets. So, for example, I could say email right here and set that equal to some value, and that would take this property right here, the email, based on this, and it would update it with this value. Now, instead of passing through email, I can get that from the properties path property right here. So I'm going to say properties dot path. So that's either going to be email or
fucking hell.
Password, right? So it's going to take whatever property that is and up.
Property is the message.
Update it with something. Now I want to update it with the message. So I can say properties dot message, like so. And that's all there is to it. Now we're updating this error object right here, and in fact I'm going to call this errors instead of error. It makes more sense because there could be more than one.
Okay.
So update it here and here. So we're updating those with the different messages we have. And if there's only one of these, then we're just going to cycle through the one of them and update that particular property. The other one will remain blank, meaning there's no error. All right? Now, at the end of all of this, we want to return the errors object that we have right here. So let's do that. So I'm going to save this now. And if we scroll down, then we're getting those errors right here because we're returning them from this function. And now we
Bro, I have more than friends.
can send back some JSON instead of just some text. So .json. And inside we want to send back some JSON, and that is basically going to be the errors that we have. Okay, so that's all there is to it. We're sending now this thing up here back to the user in JSON format after we've populated the different values. So let's try.
Mahesh Dale, please enter a valid email. So test 1 2 3. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Try this and come over here. So we need to send a new request now, and hopefully we should see an error for this and an error for this. So send, and we see please enter a valid email. So at google.com and press send. And that value goes away, that error, we still have this one. So let's do test 1 2 3 instead and press send.
Hi, my name is Bruno Breezy.
And hopefully, yep, this works, and we'll get the user back that MongoDB creates for us. Okay, so there's one more error that we need to handle, and that is to do with whether an email is unique. So if I try to do this again and click send, then I'm going to get some errors right here. But this time, we don't have any information here, so we don't really know what the error is. Now, the error is that this has to be unique. Remember, we specified that inside the user.
Oh, yeah, right. @gmail.com. Okay, send again. So that's an error. There is valid email. Okay, duplicate. I think we're gonna
controller over here where we said unique is true. Now, unfortunately, we can't do a custom message over here for an error like the other ones over here. We can't do that with unique. Instead, what we have to do is look for information about this error over here, and that information is the error code. So notice, when I sent this request over here, we get this error code right here, and it says duplicate key error. So basically, this is saying that this email that you're trying to sign up with should be unique, and this email already exists in the database. And if we take a look inside the database, if I scoot this down and go to MongoDB, I'm going to refresh over here. We should now see Mario at google.com as a user. So it won't create that again, and that's a good thing, but we do need to update the error for this. So we can look for this code, and we can react to that and send back a custom error based on that. So let's do that now. I'm going to say duplicate error code, and underneath this I'm going to say if error.code is triple equal to 11000, so that's this thing over here, then we're going to do something. So the thing we want to do is update this property. So I'll say errors.email is equal to some kind of string, and I'll say that email is already registered. Alright, so at this point we can just return the errors like so. There's no need to go any further and check these errors as well, because we already have this whopping error and we can tell that to the user. So we're returning errors here if this is the case, otherwise we return them at the bottom after we've done all of this jazz right here. So let's save this and see if this works. So if I go back over to, oops, I need Postman. So if I try to request this again, send, it should say that email is already registered. Alright, cool, so now we've sorted all our errors out by using this error handler function at the top right here. Now, this bit right here, I know was a little kind of long-winded and a little bit complex, but it's just a way to create custom messages. There are other ways to handle errors as well, and you might have your own preferred way. This is just one way, by cycling through the values of the errors, finding the message for each one, and updating an errors object with that message right here. So, we have all of these errors sorted out. Now, eventually, we will show all of the errors on the web form after a user submits it, whether that be the login form or the sign-up form. And we will create those forms eventually, but next up, before we create the forms, I want to show you, first of all, how to hash passwords. And for that, we're going to be using Mongoose hooks, because we never really want to store plain text passwords over here in the database. That is a bad idea in case your database is compromised and all of the passwords are then on show. So we'll be hashing those passwords first of all, and we'll see how to do that. I'll have to start that process at least in the next video using Mongoose hooks.
Porn addiction turns high IQ men into silent underachievers. They're highly intelligent, always told they had so much.
Alright then guys, so the next step in all of this is to hash a user password when they sign up, so that we're not storing their plain text password in the database like this, but instead we're storing a hashed version of the password, so that if the database is compromised in the future and the data exposed, then the user's passwords will still be hashed and protected. So to do this, we'll be using a popular hashing package called Decrypt and something called a Mongoose hook in our model. So in this lesson, I just want to explain the second part, the Mongoose hook, and then we'll look at Decrypt and actually hashing.
What the fuck is Mongoose hook?
The password in the next video. So a Mongoose hook is a special function which fires after a certain Mongoose event happens. For example, we could make a hook which fires a function after new documents are saved to the database or deleted from the database, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so let's run through a couple of simple examples. So first of all,
it will run if anything change happen to the Mongoose.
What I want to do is tell Mongoose to fire a function after a new user has been saved to the database. So to do that, we're going to take the user schema and we're going to use a method called post. Now, this does not refer to a post request. It refers to something happening after something else has happened, like post. Saving, then fire a function. So the first argument inside this function is the event that occurs. So we're saying after a save event occurs, then I want to fire a function after a new user has been saved to the database. So to do that, we're going to take the user schema and we're going to use a method called post. Now, this does not refer to a post request. It refers to something happening after something else has happened, like post saving, then fire a function. So the first argument inside this function is the event that occurs. So we're saying after a save event occurs, then I want to fire a function. So this function will fire whenever we've saved a new document to the database. So inside here, we get a couple of different arguments. First of all, the document which was saved, and then also the next method. Now, this is a bit like when we create custom middleware. At the end of it, we have to say next to go to the next middleware in the stack. If we leave this out, then the code is just going to get hung here because it won't move on, and we probably won't get a response. And I'll demo that in a minute.
What the fuck did it say?
They get hung here because it won't move on, and we probably won't get a response, and I'll demo that in a minute. But first of all, what I'm going to do is just log to the console here, so console.log, and we'll say new user was created and saved. And then over here, I'm going to output the doc as well. So let me save this. I'm not firing the next function, but if we come over here, we need to change, oops, we need postman. We need to change this because it's not unique anymore. So I'm going to change this to toad@google.com, and I'm going to try to sign up. Now, at the minute, we're not getting any kind of response, and that's because, like I said, we're not using the next method. Now, if we open up the console, we can still see this new user was created and the user. So this down here is all working. We're just hanging here, then we're not doing anything else. We're not moving on because we're not calling the next method. We always have to do that at the end of any kind of Mongoose middleware or hook. So let us now call the next method. And by the way, you can still see that hanging right here. But if we save this now and then come over here and try to send this again, in fact, we can't do this because this will still probably have been saved to the database. So let me check that by, let's just minimize this and go to the database and refresh. We're probably going to see that that email has now been taken up. Yes, we can see toad@google.com. So even though we didn't get a response, we still saved it because this happens after the save event, right? It's just that we're not firing next and we're not sending that response then to the client. So it's still saved, and we need a new email now for this to work. So let me say, instead of Toad, we'll go with another Mario character, Peach. Alright, so send this, and hopefully, yeah, we now get a response because we called next over here. Alright, so this is firing.
¿Qué va? Vamos. Mongo hook syntax. What is the good question of hook? Because I mean that on automatic before or after? What the fuck before? Why do we? Why do we need with method on it to have? Why do we need schema with method on it to have hook? No exclamation. Fuck you, bruh. What the fuck you glazing about, bro? Shut the fuck up, bitch. That baby, I'm gonna kick that bitch head. Because it belongs to them. Bro, what the fuck? I have a family who doesn't shut the fuck up, bro. They always need to shout and shout and shout, bro. What the fuck, man? Because hook event the mode of behavior not to your controller schema equals a blueprint. What data looks like, what schema is filled. Yeah, I know that, bro. Brody, I know that. Why hooks are unsymmetric, not controller. Imagine you hashing password in controller. Okay. create password hash. Later you add admin panel, mobile apps, header, script. They do the create, but they with her. Thought like pre bracket saved. If the value is saved, then the function will run.
After the documents have been saved to the database. So that's one way of working. What if we want to do something before something happens? So what if, in my case, I wanted to fire a function before a document was saved? Well, let me do a comment first of all. Fire a function before doc saved to DB, and then I'm going to say user schema, and this time instead of post we need to use a different hook, pre. So that just means before, right? So before saving, then we're going to fire a function. And by the way, I'm using a normal function here, not an arrow function, because I want to use this keyword to refer to the instance of the user that we're trying to create. So this, inside this function, refers to the user instance. You know, like in app.js, we create, or rather not app.js, what we're talking about, inside the auth controller, we create this thing right here, this instance, basically, that creates a new instance of a user object locally and then saves it behind the scene. We get access to that instance of the object locally here before it's saved to the database, and that's what this refers to right here. If we used this instance, basically, that creates a new instance of a user object locally and then saves it behind the scene. We get access to that instance of the object locally here before it's saved to the database, and that's what this refers to right here. If we used an arrow function instead of this, then we won't have the value available to us. Okay, so we don't get the document inside here because it's not yet been saved to the database. This is running before we save it to the database. All we get inside here now is the next method, which we still need to call at the end. Okay, now before we do that, I'm going to log something to the console. I'll say console.log, and we'll say user about to be created and saved, and then we'll output this, which refers to the local instance of the user before we saved it to the database. So let me save that now, and let's try another character, Yoshi, and send that request. Now this all works. So let me save that now, and let's try another character, Yoshi, and send that request. Now this all works. It's fired back that user for us. And if we take a look over here in the console, we should see two things. User about to be created and saved, and the local version of the user, which is this. And then new user was created and saved after we've saved it to the database with that user right here. And notice we don't have this up here because we only get this property.
um what do you mean by it doesn't need next? Mongoose waits automatically, but even if I give next, there is there should not be any problem then. So when you do wait create user does run pre-save run the Bro, my IP is in there, bro. I don't know if I should, so, but I don't care, bro. Hey, okay. Let me see. Mm. didn't come out as connected though. So fuck it, I'm gonna do this. What the fuck is happening, bro?
to do with hooks, definitely check out docs. I'll leave the link to that down below. And now we know about these hooks, in the next video, we're going to use this pre-hook right here to hash passwords before we save users to the database. So when we save that user, the password will be hashed and not the plain text password they provide.
Believe it or not, I will draw the person you will marry. One of my clients asked for a refund. She thought the man I sketched looked like her neighbor.
So then, currently, when a user signs up, we're taking their password and we're storing it as it is in the database in plain text format like this. Now, this is never a good idea because if your database is compromised, a hacker can see every single user password. So it's very important, never do this. We should always hash passwords before we store it in the database. So now we're going to do that. So we will hash a password just before the user document is created in the database. Now we've seen how we can use a hook to fire a function just before something's saved in the database, and that's this pre-hook right here. So user schema.pre-save, and then we're going to fire a function before the user document is saved, and this is where we will hash the user's password because we get access to that user by using the this keyword. Now, in order to hash the password itself, we're going to install a third-party package called Bcrypt, and Bcrypt specializes in this. So let us go to the second terminal over here and type in npm install Bcrypt, like so. So this is going to install Bcrypt into our project for us. Make sure it goes into your dependencies over here once it's done, and you can see this one right here. So we're going to use Bcrypt to do all this in a moment, but before we use it, I quickly want to talk about how password hashing works under the hood. So when we're hashing a password, there's actually two steps involved at a basic level. One of those steps is to run our password through a hashing algorithm. Now, a hashing algorithm takes in a text password and it generates a longer, more seemingly random string. So you can think of this as a bit like a coded password. So it's already a bit more secure. But this alone isn't enough because hackers can reverse engineer simple hashed passwords. So another step is to generate something called a salt and attach it to the password before it's hashed. Now, a salt is a string of characters separate from the password itself. So then the end result is a hashed password and salt combination, which is then stored in the database. This is going to be the process we take when a new user signs up. We take the password they try to sign up with, we attach a salt, hash it, and then store that database. Simple hashed passwords. So another step is to generate something called a salt characters separate from the password itself. So then the end result is a hashed password and salt combination, which is then stored in the database. This is going to be the process we take when a new user signs up. We take the password they try to sign up with, we attach a salt, hash it, and then store that in the database. So when a user later tries to log in to authenticate themselves, we would take the password they enter to log in with, add the salt to that password, hash it through the same hashing algorithm, then we compare it with their hashed password stored in their database, which was generated when they signed up. If they match, then we know that it's the correct password and we'll log them in. If they don't, then they're not logged in. So this is what we're going to be doing for our website. Now, it's not that complex to set up. In fact, Bcrypt, the package we just installed, makes it really, really easy to do. Alright, so let's give this a whirl. This is the package Bcrypt we installed just earlier. So now, inside the user model file, I'm going to import that at the top. So const Bcrypt is equal to what we want to do. Well, first of all, we want to generate a salt. So we'll say const salt is equal to bcrypt.gen salt, which is a function. And that generates a salt for us. Now, this is asynchronous. So we need to place a wait in front of this. Now, in order to use a wait, this function must be asynchronous, and we can mark it as such by saying async in front of it. So now we have the salt inside this constant. Now we're going to use that with our password that the user signs up with to hash the password and then store it in the database. So we're going to say this.password. Now remember, this refers to the instance of the user we're trying to create. So already we have this local version of the user, and we're going to update the password property on that so that then when it's saved to the database, the password will be updated. So we're going to set that equal to a wait because this is going to be asynchronous again, and it's Bcrypt. And this time we want to use a method called hash. Now this method takes in two arguments. The first one is the password we want to hash. Now that is just this.password. Remember, at this point, we've not updated it when we pass it into the function. So this is the password they try to sign up with. And the second argument is going to be the salt, which is this thing, oh, not sale, salt, this thing right here, okay? So we're doing this and we're awaiting the results. And then this now is the hashed version of the password. And since this all happened before we save it to the database, when we go to the next function, the next middleware, when it saves it to the database, the password is going to be the hashed one and not the plain text one. So let me save that now, and let me come over to Postman to try this out. Now I need another character now, and let me come over to Postman to try this out. Now I need another character, so let me say Bowser at Google. Google.com, and when I send this, hopefully it will store the hashed password, and it does. We can see the password that we get right back here. This is the hashed password, and if we take a look inside the database, we should see that there as well. Let me just refresh this page over here so that we can see it. And it if we scroll down, we should see Bowser with the long hashed password. There we go. So this is probably a good time to delete all of your users because we don't want to store those anymore because they don't have hashed passwords. And if you keep those in, later on down the line, if you try to log in with some of these users, it's not going to work because we're going to be comparing hashed passwords, not these original passwords. Okay, so delete all of those until we're left with just this user with a hashed password. Okay, so now we've got all of that out of the way. We're hashing passwords. In the next video, I want to create the sign up and the login views.
Hi there.
Okay then guys, so we've got to the point now where we're taking a user's password and their email, we're hashing the password and then we're storing that in the database when they try to sign up. But as of yet, we're making all of the requests through Postman and we still don't have a front end for that sign up or the login. So in this video, what I'd like to do is just create those pages so that we can start to test this out from the website itself instead of from Postman. So that we can start to test this out from the website itself instead of from Postman all of the time. So to do that, we're going to go into our sign up view first of all, and we want to get rid of this H1 and replace that with a form. So we can get rid of the action because all of the submission of the form is going to be handled in the JavaScript. So in this form, we need two different fields. We need a field for the email and a field for the password, but also for those two different fields, I'd like a label to say what the field is for, and also some kind of container to hold the error for that field if there is one. For example, if a user types in a password that's not long enough, tries to submit it, an error will come back, and we're going to populate that little container for the password field with that error. Okay? So first of all, I'm going to do an H2 that says sign up, and then below that, I'm going to do a label, and that is going to be for the email field, and inside we'll say email, and then below that we need an input field. Now you could have this as type email if you wish, and then we're going to get some HTML5 front-end validation, but I'm going to keep this as text just so we can demonstrate the different validation that we've got going on in the server, and then in the future if you wanted to change this to email, you can do. Now I'm going to give this a name also called email, and I'm doing this so that we can easily access this field value from the JavaScript later on, and we'll see how that works later. And also this is going to be required. Alright, so we need now that container to output any kind of error for this field if there is one. So I'm going to create a div with a class of error for that, and also I'm going to give this a class of email as well to say this is the email error, and that way when we're outputting the errors later,
EJS.
later on we can identify where to output the email error, and also in a second we'll see one for the password. Alright, so let's just copy all of this and paste it down here, and the label this time is going to be for password, and then this is going to say password as well, and then this time the type is going to be password, and that means when we type into it we're going to get those little black dots instead of the letters, so that it remains a secret from anyone watching you do this. And then the name of this is going to be password as well, and this is required, and then we want to change this class to password error. Alright, so we just need a button at the bottom now to say sign up, and this could be an input submit button if you preferred, but it doesn't really matter because whenever we click on a button inside a form it automatically fires a submit event. Okay, so that is basically the form, and I've already added the styles for these. That was done in one of the first videos. They're all inside here, so we can see these styles right here, so it's going to look a bit better than the default styles when we see this on the screen. So if we now go to /sign up, we should see this, and we do. Okay, cool. And like I said, if we start to type in here, we see those little black dots instead of the characters because this is of type password and that protects it. Okay, so now we need to do a script for when this is submitted so we can grab the values from these different fields and then send them to the server. So let's start that process now. I'm going to do a script tag, and then inside that, first of all, I'm going to grab a handle of this form. So const, and then we'll call this form is equal to documents.querySelector, and we want the form element. Okay, so now we have that form, we can attach a submit event listener to it. So I'm going to say form, and then I'm going to say .add event listener, and I've just noticed this should say const. Okay, add event listener, and we want to listen for the submit event. When that happens, we're going to fire a callback function and take in the event object. Now we can use this to prevent the default action when the form is submitted. And remember, that default action is the page refreshing. We don't want that to happen. So this prevents that from happening. And then down here, we want to get the values. So we want to get the values from the event object. Now we can use this to prevent the default action when the form is submitted. And remember, that default action is the page refreshing. We don't want that to happen. So this prevents that from happening. And then down here, we want to get the values. So we want to get the values from this and this. So I'm going to store each one of these in a constant. So const email is equal to, and then I'll grab the form, and then because we gave this a name attribute right here, and this a name attribute, we can just use dot notation and pass in whatever the name of this field is right here to grab that field. So I can say dot email. If I call this, you know, blah, then I'd say dot blah down here to grab that field. But it doesn't grab the value inside it, it just grabs the input field itself. To get the value, we need to say dot value, and that's all we need to do. Okay, so we have that value. Now I want to do the same thing for the password. So const password is equal to form, and then dot password, because that's the name value right here. And then we want the value property from that. Okay, and finally, all I'm going to do is log these to the console. So console.log, email, and password.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting in the zone and staying there, that feels...
Alright, so let's give this a whirl. I'm going to go over here and open up the DevTools and go to the console, zoom in a little bit, and then if I type in some kind of email, mario@google.com, and then a password test12, sign up, and we still get that refresh, and that's because I've not actually refreshed the page to begin with and grabbed these changes where we prevent the default action. So let's try that again. Mario@google.com, and then test12, sign up, and now it doesn't. Refresh, and we get these values right here, mario@google.com and test12. So we're successfully grabbing those details, and later on what we're going to do is make a request and send those details to the server like we have done in Postman so that we can sign up a new user up. Alright, so we need to do something very similar for the login page. Now I'm not going to write all of this out from scratch. All I'm going to do is copy and paste this in because I'm super lazy. Okay, so we just need to make a few changes. So instead of sign up, we want login, and then this needs to be a login at the bottom, and this is fine, this is fine. All of these are going to be the same because we're still entering in an email and a password. And then down here, I think all of this is the same as well. Yes, it is. And the only thing that's going to change down here later is where we send the request to. With this one, we're going to send a post request to /signup. With this one, it's going to be /login. But for now, let's leave it as that and see if this works. So let's go to /login, and now if I type the email, I'm going to say yoshi@google.com and test12. If I log in, we should see those over here, and we do. Okay, so now we've got those done, we can start to hook up the form with the backend to create new users. But first of all, I want to talk about how the authentication process is going to work using JSON Web Tokens and cookies. So I'm going to start in the next lesson. Alright then gang, so before we jump into working on the authentication process itself, I think it's best to get a basic understanding of cookies and how they work. So this video is going to be a quick primer for cookies, but feel free to skip if you already know how to use them with Express applications. So, cookies basically give us a way to store data in a user's browser. So that data could be anything you want. It could be a name, numeric values, etc. They can also be used to track your internet activity by services like Google Analytics. But how do they actually work? Well, when a request is sent to our server, we can create a cookie at that moment in time, and we can decide at that point what data the cookie will hold, as well as things like how long the cookie should last inside the browser before it expires, and it's automatically deleted. So the cookie is then sent back to the browser in the server response, and the browser registers it. So now that cookie is storing data inside the user's browser. Now every request the browser makes thereafter to our server, it sends whatever cookies we stored to the server with that request, and on the server we can access it. So this process is the backbone of how we'll be authenticating users, whereby this cookie holds a JWT to identify a user, and when the server sees that, they can verify and authenticate them. Now, there is more to it than this, and like other authentication processes, there are pitfalls and things to be aware of when using cookies and JWTs, such as cross-site request forgery, whereby potentially malicious websites can essentially steal a user's authenticated status to make harmful requests to a server. Now, in our case, that risk will be low because we won't be exposing any state-changing endpoints to logged-in users. So the worst thing that could happen is that we reveal hidden pages and the malicious site couldn't change any user data. But if you are creating a website with state-changing endpoints for authenticated users where the data could change, then you will definitely need to research CSRF mitigation strategies and put those into place to protect your data. Now, I will leave a link to a good bit of information about this down below, and I would recommend reading that, but for the sake of our tutorial and learning about the process, since we're not going to be exposing those endpoints, we're going to carry on as is and continue to learn about cookies.
Can't trust your AI results? Let Borium sift through one.
Alright then, so I'm in app.js and I've just created two dummy routes here to test out cookies. So we have one called set cookies, and that is a GET request, and we have a GET request for read cookies as well. So we're going to use this one and visit this in the browser if we want to create a cookie, and we're going to visit this one in the browser to read the cookie. So first of all, let's set the cookie. How do we set a cookie? So imagine someone comes to this URL in a browser. At this moment in time, we want to create a cookie and register that in the browser. Well, very simple to do. All we need to do is get the response object and then use the set header method to set a header. Now, the header we want to set is the set cookie one, and the second argument here is going to be basically the cookie value. Now, the cookie value has to have a name and a value. So the name is going to be new user, and I'm going to set that equal to some kind of value, like true. Okay, so this is how we identify the cookie, the name of it, and this is the value of it. And this, my friends, when we send a response to the browser, is now going to send this cookie along with it. So it will, and I'm going to set that equal to some kind of value. It is going to be basically the cookie value. Now, the cookie value has to have a name and a value. So the name is going to be new user, and I'm going to set that equal to some kind of value, like true. Okay, so this is how we identify the cookie, the name of it, and this is the value of it. And this, my friends, when we send a response to the browser, is now going to send this cookie along with it. So it will register that in the browser. So I can say down here, response cookie one, and the second argument here is going to be basically the cookie value. Now, the cookie value has to have a name and a value. So the name is going to be new user, and I'm going to set that equal to some kind of value, like true. Okay, so this is how we identify the cookie, the name of it, and this is the value of it. And this, my friends, when we send a response to the browser, is now going to send this cookie along with it. So it will register that in the browser. So I can say down here, response.send, just to send some plain text, you got the cookies. All right, so I suppose that shouldn't be plural at the minute because we're just sending one, but doesn't really matter. If I save this now, I'm going to go to the browser and I'm going to go to /set cookies, which is this URL over here where we set the cookie. And when we go there, we should get this response, but we should be able to then also see this cookie in the browser. So let me go here, set cookies, and we can see you got the cookies. Now, if I go to this application tab over here, then we're going to see if we go to cookies and our local host website right here, let me just make this a bit bigger, that we have this new user cookie, and the value right there is true. So this value is now being stored in the user's browser. Now notice a couple of things here. We have this expires property, and that says session, and that means basically whenever I close the browser, then this cookie is going to be deleted from the user's browser. So if I then come to the website again and go to a different URL, not set cookies, then I'm not going to have this in my browser. However, if I now just go to a different page on this website altogether without closing the browser, I still have this cookie. It's here for the session until I close the browser, all right? So that's how we can set a cookie. That was pretty simple, right? Now, by the way, if you go to the console, you can access the cookies inside here by saying document.cookie, and this is how we do it from JavaScript. We use the document object, and we can access that string where we have new user, and that's equal to true. So we can do something with this in the code if we wanted to. All right, so that's the kind of basic way to set a cookie. However, there is an easy way to work with cookies, and that is by using a third-party package called Cookie Parser. So what I'm going to do is installing a third-party package called Cookie Parser. So what I'm going to do is install this. Let me scoot this up and open up a new terminal. Then I'm going to say npm install, and it's called cookie-parser like so. So I'm going to install that. Make sure it goes into your dependencies over here like this, and then we can import it or require it in this file. Now I'm going to do that right at the top over here. So I'm going to say const cookie parser. You can call it what you want. This is just a variable name, but I'm going to set it equal to require cookie-parser. Okay, so this thing right here that we require, this is actually a bit of middleware. A bit like we used middleware right here to parse JSON data. We're going to use the cookie parser, make sure you spell this correctly, parser, to parse cookie data. So I'm going to say down here app.use to use this middleware, and all we need to do is make sure you spell this correctly, parser, to parse cookie data. So I'm going to say down here app.use to use this middleware, and all we need to do is pass in this function. So cookie parser like so, and invoke it. So now we've done that, we can access a cookie method on the response object. So let me show you how that works. So down here, instead of setting the cookies like this now, we're going to do it using the cookie method instead. So I can say response.works. So down here, instead of setting the cookies like this now, we're going to do it using the cookie method instead. So I can say response.cookie like so, and if I want to give this cookie a name, it's the first argument, and that is new user, and then the second one is going to be the value, which is going to be false, and this does the same thing as this up here. Okay, but it looks a little nicer, it's easier to use, and it's also going to be easier to access later on when we come to read cookies. So initially this was true, now we're creating a cookie and setting it to false. Now, what's going to happen here, because we already have a cookie in the browser called new user. Initially this was true, now we're creating a cookie and setting it to false. Now, what's going to happen here, because we already have a cookie in the browser called new user. Well, if we create a cookie like this now, we're going to do it using the cookie method instead. So I can say response, how that works. So down here, instead of setting the cookies like this now, we're going to do it using the cookie method instead. So I can say response.cookie like so, and if I want to give this cookie a name, it's the first argument, and that is new user, and then the second one is going to be the value, which is going to be false, and this does the same thing as this up here. Okay, but it looks a little nicer, it's easier to use, and it's also going to be easier to access later on when we come to read cookies. So initially this was true, now we're creating a cookie and setting it to false. Now, what's going to happen here, because we already have a cookie in the browser called new user. Well, if we create a cookie like this, it's going to basically look for that cookie in the browser. If it exists already, it's just going to replace it and update the value of that cookie. If it doesn't exist, it will make the cookie, right? So it currently exists, but the value over here is true. But if I now refresh, then we should see the value becomes false, because now we've reset it to be false, all right?
Every web designer has been there. You're on a call with a client and they end it with those magical.
Okay, so let's try and make another one. I'm going to say response.cookie, and then this time we're going to create a cookie called is employee like this, and then we'll set that to be true. Okay, so if I save this and come in refresh over here, then we should see in a second this one right here is employee. I'll just make this a bit bigger, and that is true. Now there is also a third argument we can pass into this cookie method, and that is an options object. So I can pass an object right here, and I can specify different properties inside this object. For example, I could say the max age, and I could set in milliseconds the age of this cookie. Now remember, by default, the age is session, so whenever we close the browser, that's when the cookie gets removed. Default, the age is session, so whenever we close the browser, that's when the cookie gets removed. However, I can override that behavior here by setting a max age of an hour or 3 days or whatever you prefer. So let me just paste this in, and this is basically a day, 1000 milliseconds times 60 seconds to get us 1 minute, times 60 minutes to get us 1 hour, and times 24 hours to get us 1 day. So this is 1 day in milliseconds, right? So that will be the max age of this cookie now, and it will be removed from the browser after that amount of time. Now, if I close the browser and reopen it, it's still going to be there. So it doesn't expire when the session ends now. It only expires after this amount of time. Okay, so that's the max age. What else can we do? We can do something like secure.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What the fuck? Millisecond.
And set that to be true. Now, what does this do? This means that the cookie is only going to be sent when we have an HTTPS connection, a secure connection. Now, we don't have that at the minute. Ours is HTTP by default. So if I was to delete this right here, this cookie, right, and save over here, if I refresh again, then I'm not going to get that cookie because this now is only going to be set over a secure connection. So let me just come over here and I'll refresh to show you this. We don't get that second cookie. We get the first one because we don't have secure set to true on this, but this one is not set, all right? Now, let me delete that. We can also use a property called, let me just come over here and save over here. So if I was to delete this right here, this cookie, right, and save over here, if I refresh again, then I'm not going to get that cookie because this now is only going to be set over a secure connection. So let me just come over here and I'll refresh to show you this. We don't get that second cookie. We get the first one because we don't have secure set to true on this, but this one is not set, all right? Now, let me delete that. We can also use a property called HTTP only, like so, and I could set that to be true, and that basically means now we cannot access the page of this cookie now, and it will be removed from the browser. Open it, it's still going to be there, so it doesn't expire when the session ends now. It only expires after this amount of time. Okay, so that's the max age. What else can we do? We can do something like secure and set that to be true. Now, what does this do? This means that the cookie is only going to be sent when we have an HTTPS connection, a secure connection. Now, we don't have that at the minute. Ours is HTTP by default. So if I was to delete this right here, this cookie, right, and save over here, if I refresh again, then I'm not going to get that cookie because this now is only going to be set over a secure connection. So let me just come over here and I'll refresh to show you this. We don't get that second cookie. We get the first one because we don't have secure set to true on this, but this one is not set, all right? Now, let me delete that. We can also use a property called HTTP only, like so, and I could set that to be true, And that basically means now we cannot access the cookie from the JavaScript. So you know before I said document.cookie to get the cookie values like this, and we got them. Now if I set this to be HTTP only, it means we can't access it from the front end, and they can only be transferred via the HTTP protocol. So back and forth between the client and the server, not in the front end JavaScript. So I can demo that. I'm going to save this now, and I'm going to refresh over here. We should get that cookie now because we took off the secure option. So let me go to cookies. Oops, this hasn't worked. Let me refresh. And if we go to cookies, we can see is employee, that's set to true, but this thing right here now is checked HTTP only for this cookie. So we can access this now from document.cookie like this. We don't see it in there. But if I take off this property, let me get rid of that and just keep the max age. Now, if I come over here and refresh, then hopefully we should see that this tick is not going to be there anymore. It's not. And by the way, you should see the new expiry date for this thing over here because we set that as well. But now I can say document.cookie, and we're going to get both of those values. Is employed and keep the max age. Now, if I come over here and refresh, then hopefully we should see that this tick is not going to be there anymore. It's not. And by the way, you should see the new expiry date for this thing over here because we set that as well. But now I can say document.cookie, and we're going to get both of those values, is employee and new user. This, and we got them. Now if I set this to be HTTP only, it means we can't access it from the front end, and they can only be transferred via the HTTP protocol. So back and forth between the client and the server, not the... It basically means now we cannot access the cookie from the JavaScript. So you know before I said document.cookie to get the cookie values like this, and we got them. Now if I set this to be HTTP only, it means we can't access it from the front end, and they can only be transferred via the HTTP protocol. So back and forth between the client and the server, not in the front end JavaScript. So I can demo that. I'm going to save this now, and I'm going to refresh over here. We should get that cookie now because we took off the secure option. So let me go to cookies. Oops, this hasn't worked. Let me refresh. And if we go to cookies, we can see is employee, that's set to true, but this thing right here now is checked HTTP only for this cookie. So we can access this now from document.cookie like this. We don't see it in there. But if I take off this property, let me get rid of that and just keep the max age. Now, if I come over here and refresh, then hopefully we should see that this tick is not going to be there anymore. It's not. And by the way, you should see the new expiry date for this thing over here because we set that as well. But now I can say document.cookie are very important when it comes to auth, because in production, first of all, you should only use authentication cookies over an HTTPS. Secure. You should only use very important when it comes to auth, because in production, first of all, you should only use authentication cookies over an HTTPS secure connection, and you don't want them to be accessed or modified by the client-side code either. Okay? Now, for the sake of this tutorial, we're not using HTTPS, but be mindful you should always be using an HTTPS connection for authentication purposes in production. So for now, all I'm going to do is keep the max age there, and also I'll say HTTP only to make sure it's not accessed in the front end as well, and set that to true. Okay, so how do we then read the cookies? Because I said earlier, when we get cookies in the browser, if we then go to another URL, for example, just a homepage or whatever, on the server, when we receive that request, we can access the cookies. And since we're using the cookie parser up here, we can access them on the request object, much like we did on the response object right here. So I could say over here that const cookies is equal to a request.cookies. And by the way, we can access this in any handler because we've used that cookie parser. So any request we send to the server to any URL in any handler, we can access the cookies. All right. So now we have those cookies. What I'm going to do is log them out handler because we've used that cookie parser. So any request we send to the server to any URL in any handler, we can access the cookies. All right. So now we have those cookies. What I'm going to do is log them out, console.log, so cookies, like so. Now, I'm also going to send a response, so response.json will send, and we'll send along the cookies because that, at the end of the day, is just an object over here for us. It passes the cookies into an object for us. So, we're just going to send that back as JSON to the browser. Okay, so let me save this, and now if we go to /get-cookies, then hopefully this is going to work. Okay, no, that didn't work. Let me refresh. Okay, not worked. Oh, that's because it's read cookies, not get cookies. Duh. Okay, read. Oh, that's because it's read cookies, not get cookies. Duh. Okay, read. And now we see these cookies right here, new user, and is employee. And also over here, we should see logged to the console, if we go to the other terminal, these cookies right here. Now, the good thing is, because this is now a JavaScript object, we can use dot notation to get the different cookies that we want to access. And we just use whatever name of the cookie we give it. So if I were to access the new user, I can say dot new user to grab that cookie. Spell this correctly. Okay, save it. And now if I refresh over here, then hopefully this should work. Okay, and we can see that that value is false. So then, my friends, that is the basics of how cookies works, which is nice to know when you're creating an authentication process which uses them under the hood. So next up, we're going to look at how So I could say request.refuse that cookie parser. So any request we send to the server to any URL in any handler, we can access the cookies. All right. So now we have those cookies. What I'm going to do is log them out, console.log. So cookies, like so. Now, I'm also going to send a response. So response.json will send, and we'll send along the cookies because that, at the end of the day, is just an object over here for us. It passes the cookies into an object for us. So we're just going to send that back as JSON to the browser. Okay, so let me save this. And now, if we go to /get-cookies, then hopefully this is going to work. Okay, no, that didn't work. Let me refresh. Okay, not worked. Oh, that's because it's read cookies, not get cookies. Duh. Okay, read. And now we see these cookies right here, new user, and it is employee. And also over here, these cookies right here, new user, and is oh, that's because it's read cookies, not get is. Let me save this. Okay, not worked. Oh, that's because it's read cookies, not get cookies. Duh. Okay, read. And now we see these cookies right here, new user, and is employee. And also over here, we should see logged to the console, if we go to the other terminal, these cookies right here. Now, the good thing
problem is that cookie.
Thing is, because this is now a JavaScript object, we can use dot notation to get the different cookies that we want to access, and we'll just use whatever name of the cookie we give it. So if I want to access the new user, I can say dot new user to grab that cookie. Spell this correctly, okay, save it. And now if I refresh over here, then hopefully this should work. Okay, and we can see that that value is false. We can look at how JSON web tokens work, which
by drawing daily sketches, you can develop discipline, improve your skills, and foster new ideas.
So imagine that we want to log into our application from the browser. Well, first of all, the user logs in via a web form from our website, which sends a request to the server with their credentials, an email and a password. The server then checks those credentials, the email and password, against those stored in a database for that user. Now, if they are correct, the server then creates a JSON web token for the user and it sends it to the browser where it can be stored in a cookie. The JSON web token contains encoded data about that user to identify them. So for as long as they have this token in the cookie, then they are considered logged in and authenticated. So now the user has this JSON web token stored in a cookie in their browser. Now remember, cookies are sent to the server by the browser for every request they make, e.g. for new pages on the website. So when the server gets that token from the cookie in the request, it can verify it and decode it to identify the user. Now, if it is verified to be a valid token, the user can be seen as logged in by the server, and the server can then decide to show the user protected data or pages which require the user to be authenticated. If the token is missing or not valid, the user is not authenticated, and the server can send back some kind of error or direct them to the login page or something. Now, this process is a little bit more complex under the hood, but we're going to look at each stage in detail as we create the authentication process. And like I mentioned in the last video, there is a pitfall to watch out for when using JWTs inside cookies for authentication. It does potentially open up your site to cross-site request forgery attacks. Now that basically means that a malicious site can take a user's authentication cookie and then make requests to our server posing as that user. Now, if our server exposes state-changing endpoints, then this is a security risk because it means that the malicious site can then manipulate your user data and potentially access more of it. Now, in our case, we won't be exposing any state-changing endpoints that require authentication, so there is minimal risk for us. But for larger, more complex websites with state-changing endpoints, you will want to negate that security risk as best as possible. So I'll leave a minimal your protect the user. Now the user has this JSON web token stored in a cookie in their browser. Now remember, cookies are sent to the server by the browser for every request they make, e.g. for new pages on the website. So when the server gets that token from the cookie in the request, it can verify it and decode it to identify the user. Now,
what the fuck is the cookie of this? Oh dang, what the fuck? Okay, it sends so many HTTP, domain path, domain HTTP, size, priority medium.
Now, if it is verified to be a valid token, the user can be seen as logged in by the server, and the server can then decide to show the user protected data or pages which require the user to be authenticated. If the token is missing or not valid, the user is not authenticated, and the server can send back some kind of error or direct them to the login page or something. Now, this process is a little bit more complex under the hood, but we're going to look at each stage in detail as we create the authentication process. And like I mentioned in the last video, there is a pitfall to watch out for when using JWTs inside cookies for authentication. It does potentially open up your site to cross-site request forgery attacks. Now that basically means that a malicious site can take a user's authentication cookie and then make requests to our server posing as that user. Now, if our server exposes state-changing endpoints, then this is a security risk because it means that the malicious site can then manipulate your user data and potentially access more of it.
To be real though, I really want to do that, like be the middleman in that and take somebody's stuff.
Now, in our case, we won't be exposing any state-changing endpoints that require authentication, so there is minimal risk for us. But for larger, more complex websites with state-changing endpoints, you will want to negate that security risk as best as possible. So I'll leave a link below with more information about that, which I highly suggest that you read. For now, let's talk a little bit more about how these JSON web tokens are created and verified. Okay then, so I'm on the JWT website, which is jwt.io, and this is a really nice place to see how tokens are made, as well as for debugging tokens as well. So if we scroll down here, right here, we can see a JSON web token, which is basically an encoded long string of characters made up of 3 parts. You see, we've got 3 different colors, right? The red, the purple, and the blue. And they correspond to these 3 different parts, which are the decoded versions of those 3 strings. So the first one, the red part, that is the token header, which is a bit like metadata for the token. Now, the second part is the payload, and that is data that is encoded into the JWT. Now, this could be a user ID to identify the user, so that when it's decoded on the server, we know which user is going to be logged in. Now, it's important that no sensitive data is put inside the payload in case the token is intercepted by somebody, because it can't be decoded by anyone that knows how. Now, the last part is the thing that kind of ties everything together, and we're going to talk about this a little bit more in a minute. That is a signature, and that is used to verify the token on the server. Now, notice this. If I change something over here, for example, in the payload, then all of this changes on the left as well. So changing the data embedded inside of this changes the results. Change something over here, for example, in the payload, then all of this changes on the left as well. So changing the data embedded inside of this changes the resulting encoded token. So this token, this is the thing that changes, is if I change something over here, for example, in the payload, then all of this changes on the left as well. So changing the data embedded inside of this changes the resulting encoded token. So this token, this is the thing that's created on a server and then sent to the browser and potentially stored in a cookie. So now what I'd like to do is explain how this kind of works under the hood and explain what this signature is for right here. Okay, then, so we know the 3 different parts that a JWT is made up from: the headers, the payload, and the signature. But why do we need all of those 3 parts, and how do they all work together to authenticate and verify users? Well, first of all, the headers are needed because they tell the server what type of signature is being used. It contains metadata about the token. The payload is needed because when it's decoded, it's going to help us identify the user on the server, and it will contain something like the user ID. Now, the signature is the thing that ties everything together, and it makes the JWT secure, and it makes sure that tokens are not tampered with on the client. It's a bit like a stamp of authenticity from the server. Now, the way they all work together is like this. When our server is creating the JWT, after a user successfully logs in or signs up, then it creates the header part and the payload part first and encodes them both. Then, to sign the token, or to add the signature, it takes both of those 2 parts and it hashes them together with something called a secret, which is a secure secret string stored on the server. Now, this secret must remain a secret because it's the key to unlocking the JWT and the only way to verify a token. So you will never publish the secret to any kind of public repository where anyone could see it. So when those 3 things are hashed together, it creates the token signature. Now, the token signature is then added to the end of the JWT after the other 2 parts, and it can be sent to the browser. So the actual hashed resulting token would look something like this. So our JWT is then added into a cookie and sent and stored like this, can be sent to the browser. So for any subsequent request to the server, the token is then received by the server inside that cookie. The server can then verify this token on every request by looking at the header and the payload and hashing them with the secret, which remember is stored on the server. If the hashed value of those two things with the secret matches the signature, which remember is also a hashed value of those two parts and the secret, it knows then that it's valid and the JWT has not been tampered with on the client. If the JWT had been tampered with on the client, for example, the data in the payload modified, then those two parts, either the header or the payload, would have been changed, right? The encoded parts. And when they're hashed together with the secret, they would not match whatever the token signature is. And therefore, we would say, hey, no, you're not logged in, you're not authenticated anymore. So this whole process of signing and verifying JWTs might sound a little bit complicated, but with the help of the JSON web token package that we're going to install soon, it's actually really, really easy to implement. So anyway, that's a bird's eye view of the authentication process that we'll be using with JWTs. And we'll start that process in the next video.
Boys, we are doing this up to this. It's like I kind of know what stuff is going on, but and some stuff I don't know, but it's okay. As I previously I didn't know stuff, and then I knew stuff because like after implementing in small project like Crude, which I'm building, it will be clear, more clearer. And after this authentication, I will be moving one step ahead. Like not only Crude, I will be building a fucking other backend stuff. So what are the backend projects? That's what I'm interested about. What are other than Crude API that I can build using, what do you call that, fucking Node, Express and Mongo. Authentication, bro, it's the same thing. Okay, this is the same thing I'm using in Crude, bro. Real-time app, WebSocket chat app using socket.io, online collaboration like real-time notification, multiplayer games backend, Mongo can store messages out. File upload and media, integrated cloud storage. Okay, YouTube upload backend, portfolio site and image update. Okay, payment, I want to try that. I know this, bro. Filter, page and sorting and searches, file handling, chat app using socket for. What the fuck is socket.io, bro? Mm. Bro, I did this though. Yo, logout handling. Okay, so I think should make a fucking, what do you call it? A fucking backend for after this. I should make a real time chat. I think so. Okay. So, tomorrow, I think I should be confident that how to use JWT authentication and then build something, bro. I'm feeling sleepy and I'm gonna sleep, and then tomorrow morning I should go college. Mm, which class should I attend and which should I skip? Math and physics I have 100% attendance, so three classes I need to go, which are fucking di- what was that, digital logic, and what was the two more, IIT, and then what was the other one, C programming. I need to fucking take the attendance file and tick all of that if I can. So peace. Who I wanna see, bro. Okay. Image display, video capture. Okay. What the fuck is this? What is this, bro? I look so black, bro.